Well, good afternoon to the friends in China, in Shanghai, Beijing, and other places. Good morning to those joining from Europe. I can see Professor Louis Godard, who is at the moment in Rome. And good very early morning to the friends in the United States of America. And I know that we have also friends in places in the US who are joining while it is their very late evening. I am David Gosset, the founder of the China, Europe, America Global Initiative, and it is a great honor and pleasure to moderate this opening of the second dialogue of the China, Europe, America Museums Cooperation Initiative. And before I give the floor to our many prestigious speakers today for a very rich moment, I have prepared for you a message in which I try to put our second dialogue into a larger context. So we will listen first to this message. During our previous meeting in 2021, I mentioned André Malraux, whose work and action contributed to the idea that many have of museums. As we continue the dialogue this year around the need to better protect our cultural heritage, it is at the source of a great figure of the 19th century that I come to find inspiration. Indeed, with Victor Hugo, we can clearly see how the fight to safeguard the culture of each nation is inseparable from the broader notion of protecting world heritage. He is the illustration of the fact that fundamentally, the particular and the universal form only one whole. The novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, is not only a hymn to the cathedral which rises in the heart of the French capital, but it is also an ode to architecture. In 1832, Hugo wrote a pamphlet, War on the Wreckers, to accuse loud and clear those who damage the architectural masterpieces to which our identity owes so much. Let us not hide it. After the multiple destructions that the fury of the French Revolution caused, it was necessary to start protecting abbeys, churches, and castles. It was a contemporary of Hugo, Prosper Mérimée, writer and archaeologist, who made the General Inspection of Historic Monuments, created in 1830, an essential French institution. Hugo's passion for architecture that partly made France does not lead him to ignore the surrounding world. On the contrary, by fighting in his own country against the demolishers, he stands ready to defend like no other the expressions of civilization in the four corners of the world. Let's remember the ravaging of the Summer Palace. On October 18, 1860, James Bruce, British High Commissioner to China, ordered the destruction of the palace that Kangxi began to build in 1707. 3,500 soldiers set fire to the entire site that was 8 times the size of the Vatican. It burned for 3 days, reducing to ashes masterpieces accumulating over centuries. Faced with this despicable crime, which voice, powerful enough to come to us, resounded to express, in the name of all humanity, indignation? That of Victor Hugo. The reason that made him cherish Notre Dame de Paris also led him to accuse those who had attacked the beauties produced by China. We do not destroy the expressions that honor our human civilization. We converge towards them in awe. Victor Hugo in a justly famous letter of November 25th, 1861, condemns what he calls the two bandits, France of Napoleon III and England of Queen Victoria, who plundered and burnt a wonder of the world. This is the lesson that Victor Hugo asks us to remember. Do not separate local heritage from world heritage. To defend the former well is to better guard the common heritage of humanity. It goes without saying that everything must be done to ensure that trafficking around ancient sites, wherever they are, illicit trade in the field of art and culture, are combated with the greatest firmness. I am sure that Europeans, Chinese, and Americans can find common ground on such a subject. May our dialogue lead to cooperation that will be a source of progress for all. Thank you very much.
Well, clearly, our dialogue is the result of cooperation and partnerships. And one of the pillars of our cooperation is the Academy of Contemporary China and World Studies, based in Beijing under the China Foreign Languages Publishing Administration. And it's a great honor for me and pleasure to introduce the first speaker, actually, of that dialogue, Mr. Gao Anming, a very important scholar. Mr. Gao Anming is a senior research fellow at the Academy of Contemporary China and World Studies. He is also the editor-in-chief and the vice president of the China Foreign Languages Publishing Administration. Mr. Gao, you are a very busy man, and we are so grateful to have you with us today. Mr. Gao, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Gausset, for the chance to speak here at this very important forum. And also, thank you very much for your very touchy, very impressive opening remarks. 各位嘉宾、各位朋友，大家好，很高兴出席此次对话会。不仅代表中国外文局和所属的当代中国与世界研究院向各位专家学者的积极参与表示热烈欢迎，向联合主办单位欧美全球倡议文物保护联盟委员会表示诚挚感谢。大家都知道，5月18号是全世界1年1度的博物馆日。国际博物馆协会将今年国际博物馆日的主题定为“博物馆的力量”，意在指出博物馆在改变我们周围的世界方面发挥着非常重要的作用。今天来自中欧美各国的专家学者共同围绕博物馆的作用展开研讨，正是切合了这一主题。因为博物馆在推动人类文明发展的历史长河中，的确充满着力量。博物馆是承载人类文明发展的动力源，博物馆是记忆收藏之地，它保存着人类文明的发展轨迹，记录着人类由弱变强的不同发展阶段。博物馆是记忆寻觅之地，它总是能让参观者在寻找人类记忆的过程中有所感悟和发现。博物馆也是最好的记忆存储之地，承载着人类从远古到今天的鲜活历史，诉说着人类拥抱美好生活的追寻和期盼。有记忆才会有传承，有传承才能有创新。从这个意义上来讲，博物馆在推动人类文明传承创新中充满着力量。博物馆是推动人类文明发展的催化剂， 一个博物馆就是一所大学。联合国教科文组织发布的关于保护和加强博物馆与收藏及其多样性和社会作用的建议书中指出，教育是博物馆的重要职能。博物馆教育活动的主要贡献是向观众讲授馆藏相关主题及生活知识，借助博物馆这一知识载体，人们穿越时空阻隔，获得关于以往在政治、经济、文化、对外交往等诸多领域的知识。从这个意义上来讲，博物馆肩负推动传统文化的创新性发展和创造性转化的重任，在推动人类文明传承中充满着力量。博物馆也是促进世界文明交流互鉴的金钥匙。当今世界正面临百年未有之大变局，和平与发展的时代主题面临严峻挑战。各国是走向冲突还是繁荣？世界是走向分裂还是交融？历史是走向倒退还是进步？很大程度上取决于我们如何看待和处理不同文明之间的差异。博物馆承载着人类文明成果，是各国文化的窗口，国际间文化交流的纽带。加强博物馆之间的合作，可以更好地发挥文明如水、润物无声的作用，助力各国消弭分歧，凝聚共识。从这个意义上来讲，博物馆在推动不同文明的交流互鉴中充满着力量。中国国家主席习近平指出，博物馆是保护和传承人类文明的重要殿堂，是连接过去、现在、未来的桥梁，在促进世界文明交流互鉴中具有特殊的作用。习近平主席是一名文博爱好者，在出访时参观了很多的国家博物馆，像雅典卫生博物馆、里昂中法大学历史博物馆、瑞士广阔大地上的遗产，书写在古籍里的文字都活起来，使不同国家人民跨越时空、跨越国界，感受对方国家的精彩文明。中国外文局是致力于推动中外文化交流互鉴的综合性国际传播机构，愿与各界一道，共同策划实施博物馆国际传播计划，促进博物馆与国际传播的跨界融合，让更多的文化遗产活起来，为促进文明交流互鉴赋予新动力。从加强博物馆国际传播和文化交流的角度，和大家分享3点建议。首先是突出博物馆对于人类共同价值的引领作用。博物馆作为一个地域或者一个领域历史和文化的积累，是继承人类历史文化的重要载体，是探寻求索社会物质文化和精神文化遗产的保护。博物馆应深化对藏品人文精神的挖掘阐释，弘扬其中蕴含的全人类共同价值，为人类了解过去、构建更美好的未来提供精神指引。要让文物说话，让历史说话，让文化说话，为共同保护文化多样性，增进各国人民相互了解，促进人类文明进步做出更大 贡献。其次是提升博物馆拥抱元宇宙时代的技术创新能力。联合国教科文组织发布的2021年世界博物馆报告指出，新冠疫情给博物馆业带来了严峻挑战，但危中蕴机，不少博物馆在数字世界中的创造潜力得到了释放。不久之前，60位中国博物馆馆长、学者联名发布了关于博物馆积极参与建构元宇宙的建议，呼吁博物馆应与时俱进地把握新技术带来的新机遇，积极主动参与建构元宇交流，构建全新的渠道。中国的国家博物馆、故宫博物院、敦煌研究院等都开发了全景式数字展示技术，也正在积极探索开发新的平台。我局所属的当代中国与世界研究院，国际传播领域的专业智库，愿与各界同仁一道，共同研究探讨博物馆如何更好地把握数字时代的创新传播机遇，不断探索艺术和技术结合的全新可能。不久之前，当研院和外民局旗下的中国网，我们专门成立了一个元宇宙的这样一个技术的一个研究院，也就是要致力于去探索利用新的技术来更好的来实现传播。希望在这个方面也和我们各个机构各位专家开展深度的合作。三是深化博物馆之间的国际合作。长期以来，各国博物馆通过联展、巡展、借展等方式开展了有效合作，产生了积极影响。面对新的需求，博物馆界应继续在陈列展览、文物保护、人员培训、科技成果运用、打击文物犯罪等领域加强交流合作，让各国丰富的文物馆藏活起来，在文明传承和民众心灵交流中彰显更大的价值。近年来，中国日益成为世界博物馆发展的热土。在博物馆建设方面，截止2020年底，中国备案的博物馆数量已经达到了5788家，类型丰富、主体多元的现代博物馆体系已经基本形成。中国对发展博物馆事业有着清晰的顶层设计和更高的期许，中外博物馆合作面临更大的机遇，希望中外博物馆界和致力于博物馆国际传播的专家从业共同努力，进一步将博物馆打造成世界文明对话的平台，不同国家和人民相向而行的桥梁。期待与会嘉宾分享各自的见解和智慧，预祝本次对话会取得圆满的成功。谢谢大家。
非常感谢局长 ，Thank you very much, Dr. Gao, and this was a very stimulating speech. And of course, you spoke about the importance to have harmonious relations between civilizations. This is clearly a very important element of our world, and museums play a very important role for that matter. I told you, dear friends, that our dialogue is a product of cooperation and partnerships. There is this wonderful partner in Beijing that we have just introduced, but we have also another wonderful strategic partner in the United States of America, based in Washington, D.C., whose name is the Antiquities Coalition. The Antiquities Coalition has been founded by Deborah Lair, and we will listen now to Madame Deborah Lair. Welcome.
It's a pleasure to join this important dialogue on the protection of our cultural heritage, and an honor to stand alongside such globally recognized leaders in business, culture, and government. My name is Deborah Lair, and I'm the chairman and founder of the Antiquities Coalition. As an organization dedicated to fighting the illicit trade in ancient art and artifacts while promoting cultural exchange, we commend the China Europe American Museums Cooperative Initiative for making this issue part of its important agenda. We come together for this conference to honor the past by saving it for the future. It's a time of great uncertainty in the world. Geopolitical alliances are shifting. Inflation is complicating growth in the post-COVID world, and COVID still remains a threat in many parts of the world. There is change everywhere. But one of the consistencies that we face in this changing world are the symbols of our past that serve as a reminder of hope for the future. The great efforts of our ancestors, from the builders of the pyramids and the Chinese Great Wall to the creation of Machu Picchu, Palmyra, and Angkor Wat, they have survived world wars, Great Depressions, colonialism, and so much more. Our predecessors protected them to remind us of our history and to learn from it. In these modern times, however, with the constant search for headlines, with the creation of the internet, express mail, WhatsApp, Facebook, social media, our increasingly integrated world has spotlighted the value and the symbolism of heritage on a whole new scale. ISIS was on the front page of global newspapers when it dynamited Palmyra and looted the Mosul Museum. Looters use WhatsApp and Facebook as their global showrooms for purveying antiquities, and express mail can guarantee shipments in record times. The world has shrunk for those engaged in illicit trades. And while looting is a problem as old as the pyramids and the Great Wall, the pandemic has exacerbated it. Looters have targeted closed museums, unprotected sites, and launched illegal new digs during these times of global lockdowns. And while the lockdowns shuttered above board dealers and galleries and auction houses, the international black market has stayed wide open for business, with archaeological watchdogs warning that online illicit sales are skyrocketing. There's a real possibility that the pandemic will lead to a boom in both the supply and the demand of illicit antiquities and artifacts. Whether or not this becomes a reality will hinge on how governments, law enforcement, and perhaps most of all, the responsible players in the art market and museum community rise to meet these new challenges. In the days, months, and even years ahead, it will be critical that all these parties cooperate. It's in our joint interest to protect our shared world, heritage, and the legitimate art institutions, and protect them from criminals who seek to capitalize on this global crime. Today, we mark International Museum Day, and it's fitting that leading experts from around the globe will address how to combat cultural racketeering, how to collect antiques responsibly, how to increase cultural exchanges to build awareness, and to discuss the role that the private sector can play in preventing the illicit trade. The China Europe American Initiative is an unparalleled position to further this dialogue. Taken together, these three regions represent almost 80% of the global art market, as well as the overwhelming majority of the world's museums. Joint action from this group will send a strong message against the illicit trade. The Antiquities Coalition is a think tank, but also a do tank. We like action. Therefore, before I conclude my remarks, I'd like to share 5 recommendations about how action by this group would make a difference in stopping the illicit trade. First, we need a far better understanding of the problem. We need additional research on the size and patterns of the illicit trade, as well as how to cooperate with the art market and museum community to support their own commitments to documentation, digitization, and information sharing. Knowing the size of the problem and the roots of the problem will help us to better diagnose an effective solution. Second, raising awareness about the problem is essential. This initiative and the institutions that have been part of it have an unmatched platform to help policymakers, the private sector, and the general public better understand the threats from cultural racketeering, the importance of responsible collecting, and how we can work together in stopping the illicit trade. Third, strengthening best practices. No reputable individuals or institutions want to support the illicit trade in cultural property, and that's the overwhelming majority of them. The 1970 UNESCO Convention provides an important baseline for a legitimate market, but it did not envision today's modern world of express mail, online auction houses, or instantaneous money transfers to help high-tech criminals, non-state actors, and opportunists move cultural property around the world and to pay for it. It's time to upgrade our strategies, just as the criminals have upgraded their own, to protect our heritage and the legitimate art market. Fourth, we need capacity building. For museums, training in provenance research and authentication, as well as having dedicated museum staff to research acquisitions and object history, can make a significant difference. Just look at what the Museum of Fine Arts and the Smithsonian have accomplished, who both stand out as the gold standard. And we're fortunate to have them joining us in this conference today. And of course, helping archaeologists, global antiquities dealers, and the purchasing public build capacity and understanding the watch out of the illicit trade can make a difference. Fifth, commit to continuing action. Today's gathering sends a strong signal that the international community is developing the political will necessary to safeguard our shared heritage from criminals. With the support of many of you, major global organizations like the G20 have taken up the issue of combating cultural racketeering. We need all the help we can get. We should build on today's discussion to create a global network of multiple parties to fight cultural racketeering and stop the destruction of our shared heritage. We can't let criminals and extremists redefine our past through destroying it. Today's participants are a global monuments army, to paraphrase the movie about US soldiers during World War II who recovered and protected Nazi looted art. What they have shown is that together we can do amazing things. The Antiquities Coalition and the diverse group of experts that it brings together are at your service as you continue this important work. Thank you for your leadership, and we're honored to be participating here today.
Thank you very much, Deborah Leah, and thank you for what you are doing with your team from Washington, D.C. to fight against illicit trades in the field of art and culture. And we will remember your recommendations and try to continue clearly the dialogue and the cooperation, concrete cooperation. Of course, today it's a meeting about museums. Therefore, it is very important to have leaders who have led museums, and it is such a pleasure for all of us to have the former director of one of the most important museums in the world, the former director of the Palace Museum in Beijing. Let us welcome Mr. Shan Qi-xiang. 非常感谢单院长。And if for some reasons Mr. Shan has a problem with the internet connection, it can happen. We will wait for a couple of seconds, and if Mr. Shan cannot join us. It is not a problem. We will go to the next speaker, very important personality, but it would be very good if we could now listen to Mr. Shan Qixiang, who did so much for Chinese culture while leading the Palace Museum. Apparently, there is a technical problem, so I suggest that we go to the next speaker, Madame Irina Bokova. Madame Irina Bokova was with us for the first dialogue on museums the past year, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce her now to the audience. And as you know very well, Mr. Gao Anming mentioned the UNESCO, and Madame Bokova was in charge of the UNESCO from 2009 to 2017. Let us welcome Madame Irina Bokova.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me say how happy I am to be again with you, to continue after the very successful launch last year of the China-Europe-America Museums Cooperation Initiative, the debate about the role of museums in society, just a day after the International Day of Museums, celebrated for the last 40 years, every day on the 18th of May. Let me congratulate all the partners from all over the world for supporting this auspicious initiative that holds the key of many of the challenges today. This year, the International Council of Museums invited us to explore the potential of museums to bring about positive change through three lenses: the power to achieve sustainability, as museums are strategic partners in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals until 2030, the power of community building through education and lifelong learning for all, and the power of innovating on digitalization and accessibility. These are all important goals, and they all go along the first ever recommendation specifically related to the world of museums that was adopted in 2015 by UNESCO. The recommendation concerning the protection and promotion of museums and collections, their diversity, and their role in society. Last year, at the launch of this initiative, I spoke about the main functions of a museum, namely preservation, research, communication, and education. I did mention also an important aspect of museums, standing at the crossroads of several social challenges today, as a source of jobs and revenues at the heart of the creative economy, fostering a sense of belonging and social cohesion, and as key drivers of international cooperation. Today, I would like to emphasize another critical aspect of museums. They are also on the front line of the fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property, and sometimes are primary targets in times of conflict. As stated by ICOM, every day, somewhere in the world, an object is either stolen or looted in order to be illegally sold on the market. Illicit trafficking in art and cultural property has become a serious issue over the last 30 years. Trafficking in cultural goods can take different forms, ranging from theft from cultural heritage institutions or private collections, through looting of archaeological sites, to the displacement of artifacts due to conflict and war. But the result is always the impoverishment of the countries of origin of these treasures and irreparable damage to the common cultural heritage of humanity. This trade is often linked to organized crime, money laundering, and terrorism. There is another important UNESCO legally binding document that I would like to invoke, whose implementation needs to be strengthened: the 1970 Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property, whose Article 3 is very clear. The import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property effected contrary to the provisions adopted under this convention by the state parties hereto shall be illicit. There are many aspects that need to be discussed. The developing of public campaign platforms, the establishing of study and training programs, sometimes to introduce school curricula, to establish and public provenance systematically, to digitize and make available art market publications. Transparency over the register of archaeological objects is also a key to the implementation of the convention. I'm sure that you will take up many of these issues because illicit trade in cultural goods is international in nature and requires an international response. International cooperation is therefore the most efficient means of protecting world's cultural property. Theft, looting, smuggling is a denial of the history of peoples. They hurt societies over the long term, weakening collective memories, transforming cultural goods into mere commodities. We should not let this happen. I wish you a great success in today's conference and looking forward to your recommendation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madame Bokova, for being so supportive. And it was very good to have you making the link between the conference, the forum we had last year and today's conference. I will ask if Mr. Shan Qixiang is back or now has better access to the system. And if not, it is not a problem. Mr. Shan is welcome anytime, anytime. And now I suggest, because I do not see Mr. Shan, I suggest we go to the next speaker. We go to Rome and to listen to the chairman of Italy's largest bank, Intesa Sanpaolo. And I would like to thank Intesa Sanpaolo for the trust and their support. I think it's fair to say that without the bank Intesa Sanpaolo, it would have been very difficult to organize this year's event. Intesa Sanpaolo is an ancient bank, and you will see what the bank is doing to better protect our heritage. Please let us welcome and listen to Gian Maria Grospietro, the chairman of Intesa Sanpaolo.
Throughout its long history, Intesa Sanpaolo, whose establishment dates to 1563, acquired more than 400 banks. it inherited their cultural and artistic properties, protected and enhanced these, contributing to shaping and safeguarding Italian cultural heritage. The contribution of banks to the arts in Italy began with powerful banking families who joined public and religious institutions in commissioning, acquiring and collecting works of art. The tradition continued into the modern age. By the end of the 19th century, many banks decided to support social, cultural, and scientific work to contribute to the development of the territories in which they were active. In the 20th century, the Italian banking sector developed a commitment, together with the state, to help protect and promote cultural heritage for the benefit of the country. In recent years, a growing attitude arose to intend the cultural heritage both as a treasure to be protected, a fundamental part of the national identity, and an asset to be promoted, serving as a major tool for social and cultural development and a generator of economic growth and employment opportunities. The Italian Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape states that the private persons and organizations may contribute, cooperate, or participate in enhancing the cultural heritage, and the enhancement carried out by private initiative is deemed to be a socially useful activity, and its aim of social solidarity is recognized. For Intesa Sanpaolo, cultural promotion is one of the main contributing factors to sustainable and inclusive growth. In this sense, it is an essential element of the bank's strategy in ESG and CSR, and strengthens its position as an impact bank. The Progetto Cultura is a long-term program in which the various contributions of the group to the cultural sector are planned and implemented in line with strategic guidelines and within a comprehensive framework that became an integral part of the business plan in 2018. The initiative is in dialogue with key players, such as the Ministry of Culture, local authorities, museums, foundations, universities and schools, research centers, and non-profit or associations and organizations. Gallerie d'Italia, Intesa Sanpaolo's set of museums consisting of 4 sites located in Milan, Naples, Vicenza, and Turin, are home to collection of works of art owned by the group and host exhibitions involving internationally renowned partners and lenders. An example of this is the Grand Tour exhibition, which ended in late March at the Gallerie d'Italia Museum in Piazza alla Scala, Milan. Dream of Italy, from Venice to Pompeii, the museum partnered with the State Hermitage Museum of St. Petersburg and the National Archaeological Museum of Naples for this exhibition, and among the 130 works on display were works loaned by the Vatican Museums, the National Gallery in London, the Belvedere in Vienna, the Prado Museum in Madrid, the Berlin State Museums, and many others. The Restituzioni, restoration program part of the Progetto Cultura initiative is dedicated exclusively to protecting and restoring artistic assets that are not owned by the Bank Intesa. Intesa Sanpaolo takes on artistic assets that require restoration and protections, arranges for the work to be carried out by highly qualified professionals, and returns the protected works to their legitimate institutional owners. It has been active for more than 30 years, and to date, more than 2,000 works of art from all Italy's regions and some of the European territories in which the group is present have been restored. Overall, there are 250 museums, archaeological sites, and churches to which the recovered works belong. Progetto Cultura has, over the years, increased both quantity and quality of its collaborations with foreign institutions, supporting the national system through the promotional culture as a strategic soft power and global diplomacy tool. A special collaboration was recently signed with the National Gallery of London, and we have had in force an agreement with the State Hermitage Museum of St. Petersburg for years. Other organizations that we collaborate with over the years include the Petit Palais in Paris, the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, and the Thyssen-Bornemisza Museum in Madrid. The presentation in international venues of works of art owned by Intesa Sanpaolo showed that the value of our corporate collection is widely recognized. During institutional events, often arranged in collaboration with the group's international banks, embassies, and Italian cultural institutes, our art collections have proved to be a valuable lever to support the bank's commercial and diplomatic relations, strengthening its reputation. Finally, it is my absolute pleasure to mention a significant initiative involving China. Intesa Sanpaolo served as a partner of the exhibition China Goes Urban, La nuova epoca della città, hosted from October 2020 to October 2021 at the Museum of Oriental Art in Turin and curated by Polytechnic University of Turin, together with the Tsinghua University of Beijing, to make the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Italy. New activities are scheduled throughout 2022, the Italy-China Year of Culture and Tourism. This is a relationship that Intesa Sanpaolo helped to strengthen thanks to the group's presence in Beijing, Shanghai, and Hong Kong, and to the numerous projects aimed at China. Sharing high-profile cultural initiatives will further strengthen this friendship. The promotion of culture is a commitment that allows the group to carry out ambitious projects with institutions from all over the world. Experience shows that partnerships in culture and beyond are a successful tool to create value and promote development, enabling to face global challenges and pursue recovery together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gian Maria Pietro, and thanks to Intesa Sanpaolo for what this bank, ancient bank, is doing for art. That is, I would say, peace. Now it's a great pleasure. I see that Mr. Shan Qixiang is with us, and therefore we will finish this opening ceremony beautifully with first Mr. Shan Qixiang, and after I will give the floor to also a very prestigious personality belonging to the world of museums. Shan Yuanzhang, 请你来。
大家好，
院长。
大家好，我是单霁翔，很高兴参加中欧美博物馆合作倡议的开幕式。刚刚过去的5月18号，就是昨天，是国际博物馆日。随着经济社会的发展，国际上不断探讨博物馆的定义。国际博物馆协会正在讨论的2个最新的定义，都认为博物馆研究、保护和展示的对象必须包括文化遗产。 文化遗产是人类活动形成的，世界遗产更是代表了全世界各个文明、历史、传统和创造力，具有超越民族和国家的突出普遍价值，是全人类共同的遗产。那么就在去年第44届世界遗产大会上，泉州宋源中国的世界海洋商贸中心成为了中国第56个世界遗产项目。这个项目体现了宋元时期中国与全世界在海洋商贸方面的合作和交流，以及在这一体系中的地位。比如大家都熟悉的故宫，这是1987年中国第一批世界遗产。我曾经在这里当了7年多的院长，今天是故宫博物院的学术委员会主任。那么故宫是世界上现存规模最大、保存最完整的木结构古代宫殿建筑群，它有1200多栋古建筑，有9371个房间。那么故宫还是世界上收藏中国宫廷文物最多的博物馆，藏品不少于1862690件套。那么保护这些文物，不叫它们招朽、腐蚀、开裂、破损，更好的传承下去，这是故宫博物院应有的责任。那么故宫博物院有悠久的文物修复的历史，我们也有一批一生都在默默无闻的修复这些文物藏品的专家，他们传达给社会的是工匠精神。但是今天时代不同了，我们认为不能仅仅修复这些文物是不够的，我们还要记录保存这些藏品身上的全部历史信息，进行科学研究。这样我们就要以对待病人那样先检查再诊断然后治疗的态度来对待文物。所以我们建立了故宫文物医院，拿出了361米长的院舍，建立了23个科技实验室，配备了世界上最先进的文物诊疗的设备，汇集了200多名文物医生，在采取传统工艺保护修复文物的同时，对文物进行分析、检测、无损、探伤和科学治疗。那么国际文物修复协会也把故宫博物院设为第一个培训中心，过去的几年里已经培训了37个国家的上百名文物修复的专家。比如故宫还和希腊成立了中国希腊文物激光技术联合实验室，解决石质文物的保护问题。今天我们还可以预约参观我们的文物医院，看到我们修复的情景和最新的修复的成果。教育是博物馆面向社会提供的一项重要的文化服务。除了上述提到的在文物保护上的合作和培训，故宫博物院与国际上重要的博物馆、重要的研究部门和政府机构建立了战略合作关系，签署谅解备忘录和合作框架协议等，共同开展在展览、文物保护与修复、在研究、考古、教育、培训、数字化、文化创意产品研发等方面开展多种形式的广泛合作，比如和英国的大英博物馆、和美国纽约的大都会艺术博物馆、和俄罗斯的埃尔米塔什博物馆、和法国的卢浮宫博物馆、德国的德累斯顿国家艺术收藏馆都和我们有密切的合作关系。那么我们在2013年成立了专注于专业人才培养的故宫学院，主要业务包括故宫院内员工的培训、国内博物馆界以及相关业界的培训、公众教育，还有国际培训。培训内容涉及比如宫廷历史文化、文物鉴定、文物修复与保护、古建筑保护、博物馆实务等领域，那么也兼顾知识与技能、理论与实践。故宫学院立足于服务博物馆，并且将辐射到国内外的业界，成为文博行业的一个人才培养的基地。那么故宫作为世界级的博物馆，在不断将丰富多彩的展览推向世界各地的同时，还不断的把世界各国的优秀展览引进故宫博物院。那么从中华人民共和国出土文物展览开始，到改革开放40年来，故宫博物院一共组织了200多项重大的文物对外展览交流项目，它的足迹遍布了5大洲30多个国家，观众人数超过了1亿人次。 那么故宫博物院的文物展览每到一处都会引起文化的轰动，成为当地的文化时尚。其中包括比如2012年10月赴德国举办的金朝玉碎清代宫廷生活艺术展，13年10月赴英国举办的中国古代绘画名品展，14年10月赴美国举办的紫禁城故宫博物院皇家珍品展，18年赴希腊举办的崇华宫原状文物展等。那么与此同时，我们还同世界多个国家和地区开展合作，将他们的展览引入到故宫博物院来，让国人也能足不出户就能欣赏到世界各国的文明。特别是午门雁翅楼大型的展厅落成以后，来自国外的展览给他们提供了更优质的展出的环境。比如16年，我们和印度国家博物馆精心策划了中印雕塑艺术展，和法国的博物馆同仁策划了始于18世纪的珍宝艺术展。那么和匈牙利博物馆策划了茜茜公主与匈牙利，还有呢和希腊的博物馆同仁策划了希腊安提凯希腊岛水下考古文物展，还有和乌克兰的博物馆来共同举办了乌克兰博物馆文物局实用装饰艺术大展。这些展览的题材广泛，内容丰富，而每一次引进展览的举办都会引起广泛的社会关注，不少观众纷纷慕名而来。那么故宫博物院就成为了国际文化的交流窗口。我们也真心的希望不断扩大开放的故宫博物院成为人们生活中的一片文化的绿洲。同时，故宫博物院还定期举办紫禁城论坛、世界古代文明保护论坛等形式。世界古代文明保护论坛又称太和论坛，我们邀请全世界文明古国的专家学者、政府文化官员，每年1度在故宫召开。我和各国代表说，太和论坛就是以太和殿名的。和文化是我们中华传统文化的精髓之一，它就是号召人与自然要和谐相处，人与人之间要和谐相待，人的内心世界要和谐相安。我们的世界就是一个和平、友好、发展、进步的世界。他们都赞成中国的主张，20个国家的代表共同在太和殿前签署了太和宣言。那么人类文化是多元的，全世界各个民族在各自的历史发展都创造了绚烂多彩的文化。不同文化、不同文明之间应该是开放互鉴、共同发展的。所以我们要增进相互了解，只有通过相互了解，才能互惠互利，共同发展。我们既要了解世界，也希望世界了解我们。所以我们邀请全世界文明古国的专家学者一起共同探讨不同文化如何共同发展的问题。当这些外国的友人们、外国的同仁们走进故宫博物院，我们会用故宫所呈现出的传统文化给他们进行解读。这里红墙、黄瓦、蓝天，这是3原色呀，用这3种颜色可以画出世界任何的色彩。我们的世界必须是绚丽多彩的，不能是单一色彩的。每个民族都有他们值得骄傲的历史，每个民族也都应该拥有他们向往的未来。今天我们看到来自世界各地的观众，当他们满怀期待地走进故宫这座文化殿堂的时候，他们一定会感受到世界最大规模的古代宫殿建筑群今天被修缮得如此之壮美，如此之有尊严，如此之健康。他们会感动于我们中国对世界文化遗产保护、对博物馆事业所做出的积极的贡献。今天中欧美博物馆合作倡议也一定能够在保护和宣传文化遗产、增进国际交流与合作方面更加成功。谢谢您，谢谢大家。
非常感谢于院长。然后呢，我想代表所有的所在这里的朋友，感谢您对故宫、您对中国文化、您对世界文化、世界和平做的贡献，非常感谢院长。然后可能希望明年等我们可以线下开会，我们可以在北京一起继续交流，开这种的 会非常感谢院长。
好，早日再见。
谢谢您，院长。And now it's the world is beautiful. We were in Beijing with Mr. Santi Xiang, former director of the Palace Museum. I can see Mr. Louis Godard on the screen, and I know that when Professor Louis Godard was the cultural advisor of the president of Italy, Ciampi, I know that Louis Godard was in charge of very important cooperation between Italy and China for the Palace Museum. This is life, this is beautiful, this is culture and international cooperation. And now let us go to Washington, D.C. We have mentioned the very important museum of New York, the Met, but you know that one of the most important museums in the world, in the United States of America, is the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. And it's a great honor for me to introduce Dr. Richard Currin, who is the ambassador at large of the Smithsonian. Let us listen to Dr. Richard Currin.
Hello. I appreciate the opportunity to address you, colleagues, participants, and organizers on the role museums can play in protecting cultural heritage and preventing crimes dealing with the improper acquisition, looting, trafficking, and destruction of collections. Since World War II, the museum and cultural heritage community has become much more aware of issues and sought to address them through international treaties, key among them the 1954 Hague Convention, the 1970 and 1972 UNESCO Conventions. These conventions have defined terms, values, rights, duties, and expectations with regard to the treatment of cultural heritage and largely framed the nature of professional practice for governments, museums, cultural institutions, law enforcement, and armed forces. Over the past few years, we've seen an uptick in the awareness and attention to extant museum collections. The challenge is that many museums historically acquired some of their collections as a result of ancient plundering, historical looting, imperial rule, colonial appropriation, confiscation, coercion, and problematic donations. Now, we can't reverse that history, but museums and professional organizations, national governments, and the international community have increasingly come to grips with the issue. There are long-standing calls for the repatriation of cultural property to original host nations. The Turkish claim to the Elgin marbles at the British Museum is perhaps the paradigmatic example, but there are many others. In the United States, this concern took hold in the late 1980s with legislation establishing the National Museum of the American Indian at the Smithsonian and the Native American Graves Protection Act, which followed. At the Smithsonian, we've instituted procedures to consider our collections and have now repatriated over 250,000 human remains, funerary objects, and sacred objects to Native American nations, tribes, and communities. Now, in the late 1990s, representatives from 44 nations, museums, and cultural organizations gathered in Washington to consider the Washington Principles on Nazi confiscated art. And they encouraged provenance research and procedures for considering restitution to previous owners of artworks confiscated by the Nazis. In 2001, ICOM, the International Council of Museums, strengthened the earlier professional code for delineating standards and responsibilities to avoid illicit acquisitions. Museums have been called upon to return everything from Egyptian funerary objects to Chinese jades to Indian Chola bronzes, Benin bronzes, Inca gold, and other treasures. Not many museums and governments have responded in any really major way. And even the Macron government's call for large-scale restitution to Africa of items in French museums has achieved to realize anything close to the goal. Now, issues of ownership are contentious. Who owns and controls a particular object or artwork is important. Interestingly, in such disputes between nations and their museums, opposing parties may actually share common values. Both typically want to preserve the item. They want to tell its story. They want to use it to elucidate history and culture, enhance scholarship, promote education, and enhance the public good. Given difficulty in coming to resolution, there's now a growing museum practice aiming for something called shared stewardship, where parties with different interests may work out through ethical returns that are not quite legal, but nonetheless ethical, through loans, high quality 3D reproductions, digital files, and the like, ways of sharing responsibilities for and benefiting from disputed collections. Now, international accords and professional ethics have been more successful in guiding museums for making new dubious acquisitions. Contemporary archaeological work is far more regulated now than it was in the 19th and early 20th century. So museums are quite attuned to how antiquities come to them. In Iraq and Syria, ISIS formally created a Bureau of Looting in its caliphate. It gave out permits for excavating archaeological sites. It taxed trafficked items and revenue. ISIS members also looted museums like at Mosul and sites like at Palmyra and Nimrud. Well alerted by law enforcement and the media, museums generally avoided questionable acquisitions, rejecting the bizarre recommendation of one former American art gallery director who urged museums to buy looted art in order to save it. Advice, if followed, the FBI warned could lead to prosecution for aiding and abetting terrorism. Over the last decade, provenance research, something long avoided and typically neglected by museum curators and collection managers, has advanced in the United States under Smithsonian leadership and through partners at the Met, the Getty, and with German institutions led by the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation and scholars at Scotland's University of Glasgow. Museums are recognizing that their collections they have an obligation to research their collections, due diligence with regard to acquisitions, and assure themselves and the public that they are legal, ethical, and proper. Again, this has been easier to do with extant collections than historical ones, which are vast, have incomplete metadata and information, and may be problematic. And so museums have a hard time making those collections, the existing collections, transparent, putting them online, and even processing claims to ownership. Now, museums are largely refusing to do business with bad actors, but some are even going farther, actively working with law enforcement, whether it be Interpol, the World Customs Organization, the Carabinieri, Scotland Yard, the FBI, Homeland Security, and other agencies to prevent and prosecute looting and trafficking. ICOM, for example, publishes the Red List, alerting law enforcement and customs officials about items to look out for. At the Smithsonian, we've trained hundreds of Homeland Security inspectors and FBI agents in identifying possibly looted objects. Museums have published databases with imagery and metadata so law enforcement can track the movement of targeted items. Some researchers have researched networks and markets for looted art. Others have helped identify items seized by customs officials. Once seized, museum conservators have worked on properly documenting, storing, treating, and packing up items for repatriation. This was recently the case at the Smithsonian, which, working with Iraqi and US officials, helped repatriate a Gilgamesh tablet and some 16,000 other ancient Mesopotamian artifacts illicitly obtained by the Bible Museum. Museum scientists and experts are also working and experimenting with new technical methods to identify and track items, such as the use of isotope analysis, digital imaging, CAT scans, and smart water. Now, sometimes the training goes the other way. When Smithsonian staff went to the Mosul Museum soon after it was retaken from ISIS, our team was trained to look at the museum as a crime scene. That was done in order so that we can understand the destruction and looting that occurred. Our team was trained in evidence recovery, forensic photography, and even analysis of explosives, so we could understand ISIS's criminal behavior. In the case of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, staff at the Smithsonian, the University of Pennsylvania Museum, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and others developed methods for monitoring cultural heritage destruction by satellite. This enabled us to develop models for ISIS misconduct and also to use the data for the armies, the Allied armies, retaking of both Mosul and Raqqa in a way that helped limit further cultural destruction. Now we're now using that methodology in Ukraine. For the past year, the Smithsonian, with access to satellite imagery, has been monitoring Ukrainian sites in partnership with the Virginia Museum of Natural History through its Cultural Heritage Monitoring Lab. In January, just a month before the Russian invasion, one of our analysts published an important paper, noting that Russian partisans were building memorials in public spaces celebrating the 2014 Donbass insurgency and the annexation of Crimea. The Russians were culturally marking territory as theirs. After the February invasion, we ramped up our efforts and now monitor some 28,000 Ukrainian cultural sites. We identify heat signatures from bombing, artillery shelling, and burning, and then closely examine each possible incident where a cultural site has been damaged or destroyed. So far, we've identified over 200 cases of such damage. We inform our Ukrainian colleagues so they can respond, if possible, to save collections and facilities, and the data will help plan a cultural recovery when the time comes. And we examine evidence that a cultural site has been singled out for destruction, as that is indeed a war crime under the Hague Convention. Now, this effort is particularly important because, as Putin contends, that there's no true Ukrainian culture and thus no basis to support a claim to national identity and sovereignty for its people. One way for Putin to buttress that claim is for his military to erase Ukrainian cultural heritage sites from the landscape. Ukrainians obviously have another ideal. These cultural sites and collections encapsulate, energize, and express an identity that gives them the strength to defend themselves and persevere. They are the source of resolve and ultimately resilience. Supporting that, the Smithsonian, along with numerous museums and foundations in Europe, like Olaf, the Prince Claus Emergency Response Fund, are providing Ukrainian museums with materials, advice, expertise, supplies, and equipment to secure their collections and facilities from damage, destruction, and looting. Now, we hear that Russian troops are looting museum collections. We don't know if items will end up in Putin's palace or Moscow mansions or the halls of the Hermitage, or even further afield in London, Dubai, Hong Kong, or New York. But the world will be on notice. The international museum community and law enforcement will work to recover those treasures. All this points to the fact that while museums may face challenges born in the past, they are seizing opportunities today to play a stronger, more proactive role in protecting, preserving, and extending the cultural heritage of the world's people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Currin, for this very interesting speech. And with this speech, we close the opening ceremony of the second dialogue of the China-Europe-America Museums Cooperation Initiative. And I would like to thank again Dr. Ga Anming. I see that Dr. Ga is still with us. Thank you so much for your strong support from Beijing. Thanks to you and, of course, your wonderful team. Thank you very much to Deborah Lair, the founder of the Antiquities Coalition, to Shanti Xiang, the iconic, I would say iconic, former director of the Palace Museum, Madame Irina Bokova, for her continuing support. It is very important, the work that the UNESCO is doing. Clearly, thanks to Germania Grospietro, to the Bank Intesa San Paolo, and of course, to the wealth management arm of Intesa San Paolo, C.E.A, based in Qingda, and we will listen to C.E.A's chairman today. And of course, thanks to Richard Corinne. Now it's a great pleasure for me to give the floor to an extraordinary man, someone who is a very important personality in Italy and in Europe in the field of cultural protection. I would say an authority. And we have divided our dialogue into three parts. A session one, which is going to look at the issues of provenance and authentication. A session two, which will be chaired by Mr. Alex Van, famous collector and the founder of Islam Quen, a very strong supporter of our work. And a third session, which will be chaired by the chief economist of PwC, because the third session will look at how the private sector can work with the public sector in order to fight illicit trades, exchanges in the field of culture and art, while Alex Fan's session will look at the role of museums in this endeavor. But for the first session, it is a great pleasure and honor to have you, Professor Louis Godard, to chair this session. And you have been the cultural advisor of three Italian presidents, not one, three, Mr. Ciampi, Mr. Napolitano, and the current Italian president, Sergio Mattarella. And you have been doing a lot of work to preserve Italian cultural heritage, therefore, to preserve world cultural heritage. Thank you so much for your support. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Gosset. Believe me, for me, it's a great honor to be the moderator of this first session of our meeting, which titled Ensuring Legitimate Collections, Provenance and Authentication. I think that the six very eminent speakers who will address the public in this first section will try to underline three different aspects of the preservation of our cultural heritage. The first is the protection. We must know that the cultural heritage of the world is very fragile. The second is the problem of the investigation and authenticity of the objects which are in the museum. All of us understand that an object found, for instance, outside an excavations, in an object which must be, of course, studied and collected in its global history. And third is the problem of the restitution to the countries, which during especially the years of colonialism, you spoke, Mr. Gosset, the role of Victor Hugo, and of course what Victor Hugo said and wrote is extremely important as is a lesson of what we have to do today. It is unacceptable that, for instance, most part of the masterpiece from Africa are in the European museums. It is unacceptable that the monument of Western civilization, I mean the Parthenon, have been destroyed at the beginning of the 19th century, and that the marbles of Elgin or of Phidias are in the British Museum. So we will have to discuss about this problem of the restitution. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Roberto Riccardi, who is extremely important in the discussion about the restitution and the investigations on the cultural heritage. I had the pleasure to collaborate with the Carabinieri per la salvaguardia del patrimonio culturale when I was in the Quirinale as advisor of the President of the Republic. And Roberto Riccardi is now responsible of this extremely important team for Italy and for the world. But I would like to insist on the point. Roberto Riccardi is also a very eminent journalist and writer, and he wrote a lot of books. Some of them have been translated into foreign language and one into Chinese. Generale Riccardi, the floor is yours.
The Carabinieri Command for the Protection of Cultural Heritage, TPC, follows Article 9 of the Italian Constitution, entered into force after the Second World War, which states the Republic protects landscape and historical and artistic heritage of the nation. The TPC works directly under the dependencies of the Ministry of Culture and carries out investigations on illicit trafficking of cultural properties, forgery, illegal excavations. Thanks to national and international legislative tools, we recovered more than 3 million cultural goods and seized 1.3 million fake artworks since 1969, year of our establishment. Italian law stipulates the delivery to the buyer of the certificates of authenticity, attribution, and provenance. The certificate of free circulation is required when exportation of a cultural property is allowed. Shipping and importation certificates are based on the information submitted about origin country. A specific directive regulates restitutions of properties illegally exported from a European state. This law is supported by TPC through an agreement with Agency of Customs. Last law, just passed by the Italian Parliament, focuses on counterfeiting offense. It stipulates imprisonment from 1 to 4 years. An innovative law borrowed by the Nicosia Convention, which entered into force last 1st of April, introduces new offenses and gives the chance of conducting undercover operations. Italian criminal law innovations, demanded for years by this department, increase intervention power and investigation activities by police forces, confirming the importance of our field. Last December, 200 archaeological finds returned to Italy after being sold in the United States by international dealers and bought by important museums, auction houses, art galleries and collectors for a value of about 10 million euros. 1 week earlier, we illustrated the results of police operation that recover more than 2,000 archaeological finds from Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland and Belgium. Many seizures include fakes, as traffickers mix genuine and counterfeited finds in order to cheat the buyer. If they are acquired by public institutions or cultural foundations, they can be legitimized, altering historical artistic studies about ancient productions. Furthermore, we seized archaeological finds partially counterfeited, so that the genuine part will be able to guarantee, if analyzed, a reliable dating. There are also cases of genuine properties with fake decorations in order to increase their economic value. Manipulation also concerns modern and contemporary art. In July 2017, in Genoa, we seized 20 paintings from an exhibition about Amedeo Modigliani. The analysis is aimed at verifying the forgery, whether the materials used to create the works were patented after 1920, year of artist's death. The identification of forgery presents very particular challenges. Sometimes it happened that the artist, already well known, signed works made by friends to help them in the sale. There were also collaborators who, after the artist's death, continued to paint with the same materials and techniques. In other cases, there were fake works with original certificates. Scammer and trafficker are constantly updated about new technologies. In order to discover such scams, we turn to the officials of Ministry of Culture, artists' archives and foundations, academics and experts. We also promote researches sharing our knowledge with community. For that purpose, the TPC makes agreements with universities and organizations aimed at the implementation of technological innovations to the cultural field, at the identification of illicit excavations, and the counterfeiting reveal. A cooperation relationship has begun with the Italian Institute of Technology in order to strengthen, through the use of machine learning, robotics, computer vision, artificial intelligence, satellite technologies, cultural properties identification on the legal market, their authentication and protection, as well as to recognize illicit excavations. Study plans are developed with some of the major Italian universities to increase knowledge about counterfeiting methods. In the Laboratory of Forgery of Roma Tre University, scientific analysis aimed at verifying the forgery, correspondences with other cases, procedures and systems for the recognition of counterfeiting are led by different and complementary professional figures. Since 1980, moreover, the TPC has a database of stolen artworks, which today counts 1.3 million files relating to wanted properties. We are close to run a new automatic researching system. Our mission is dedicated to the safeguard of beauty. Illegal excavations and art forgery are not just a question of economic damages. The so-called grave diggers, by removing archaeological finds from their original places, caused the loss of the history of a past civilizations. Scammers weaken the value of art by creating false beauty. Rome's declaration at the conclusion of G20 Culture last July affirmed common will of member countries to cooperate for the protection of cultural heritage. Even more so today, its fundamental underlying central role of museums, places of cultural enrichment, and mutual understanding, cooperation and peace between people. We can rely on specialized men and women, knowledge and competence, and on our passion to continue preserving memory of human history.
Thank you very much to Roberto Riccardi. I am glad that he underlined clearly how it's vital for the authentication of the forgery, the collaboration between all the institutions and especially the universities. Now, I have the great pleasure and the honor to introduce Mrs. Viviane Gia, who is an art collector and patron of art and culture. Since 2009, Viviane and Alex Fan have been devoted to protecting and collecting art treasures around the world, including important historical jewelries. I would like to remember that the private collections are of fundamental importance between all of us, and because private collections have been very often the starting point of the creation of many museums. This private collection of Viviane Gia and Alex Van are open to all the people who loves beauty. It's the reason by which I thank Viviane Gia and Alex Van very much. Mrs. Viviane Gia, the floor is yours.
非常高兴可以见到这么多志同道合的朋友们，非常期待今天听到大家的真知灼见。中美博物馆对话已成为一个常态化交流合作的平台，这是一件振奋人心的事情。正如这次对话的主题所揭示的，保护人类共同的文化遗产，保障收藏的合法性，打击文物、艺术品的非法交易，这是一个迫切要通过合作解决的问题。作为一个收藏家，我时常被艺术的美好和博大所震撼，但很多时候它们的脆弱性也深深地折磨着我。在散发着人性之光的神殿中，总有罪恶的斑驳阴影。埃沙尔·某基佛曾说，无辜的景观是不存在的。文明承载着深根于历史深处的愧疚与伤痛，在这个由物质所构成的世界里，守护和盗窃比邻而居，创造和破坏如同孪生兄弟。文明就像一条奔腾不息的长河，连接着人类的过往与未来。罪恶就像提醒着我们的定时闹钟，它的存在告诉我们这个世界并不完美，需要去正视，去完善。我记得在易北河段中，人们为了警示旱灾，放入了很多的饥饿石。当水位大幅下降的时候，这些石头上面的文字重见天日，让人们触目惊心。如果你看到我，请哭泣吧。无独有偶，这些年一些古老的文物已来到人世间，却不是通过考古学家的努力，它们被称为血文物，就如同易北河段中的饥饿石，警示着我们要去面对危机。艺术品和文物犯罪虽然在短时间内无法被消灭，但是我们要通过建立合作，不光彩的事情曾经发生过，但也只是曾经。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mrs. Viviane Gia. And now it's a pleasure for me to introduce Mrs. Colette Loll, who is the founder and director of Art Fraud Insights, a consultancy dedicated to art fraud, related prevention initiatives, exhibition, lectures, training, and specialized investigations. I would like to remember that I learned from the Carabinieri in Italy that after the traffic of arms and drugs, the traffic of arts and masterpieces is the third source of money for the mafia. So we understand how important is the role of Mrs. Colette Loll in the field of the protection of our cultural heritage all over the world. Mrs. Colette Loll, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Colette Loll, and I am the founder of Art Fraud Insights, a consultancy dedicated to art fraud-related investigations and prevention initiatives to increase awareness of the prolific problem of fakes and forgeries in the art market. I accomplish this mission through lectures, exhibitions, the training of federal law enforcement agents, and perhaps most importantly, the inclusion of the topic in university museum studies curriculums, as I believe museum professionals are an important line of defense against this illicit practice. It is my pleasure to participate in this dialogue today, and I want to start by thanking David Gossett for the invitation to speak about the importance of ensuring legitimate collections and the threat that inauthentic works pose to museums and collections worldwide. Let me start by saying that forgery and art are intimately connected. They have coexisted for as long as there has been a high demand and corresponding limited supply of desirable and original artworks. Although accessioning fakes can be costly to museums and collecting institutions, both financially and reputationally, inauthentic works do even greater damage to museums as they can violate the public trust and manipulate our shared cultural history. A forgery pretends to be something that it is not, affecting our concept of originality and distorting the art historical record. In doing so, a forger appropriates an original idea from another, assumes a false pedigree, and if undiscovered, occupies a place in art history that it does not deserve. The largely unregulated nature of the legitimate art market makes it susceptible to manipulation on a range of levels, but particularly to forgery, and marketplace complacency may well be the greatest obstacle in remedying their proliferation. In an industry that suffers from a lack of transparency, the problem is one everyone recognizes but few have the incentive to fix. It is the rare dealer or auction house that has not transacted inadvertently or intentionally in works of doubtful integrity. Over the last decade, I have studied dozens of prolific forgers and examined hundreds of dubious artworks. Through this exposure, I've been able to create an artistic, psychological, as well as criminal profile of a successful perpetrator. As we have seen from the many fraud scandals that have plagued the art market in recent years, many possess not only artistic talent, but the ability to create and perpetuate a con that paves the way for acceptance of their work into the art market, ensuring commercial success. The actions of these scandalous rogues imply that their misattributed works can effectively sabotage the hierarchy of art and culture. I use the term rogues because throughout history, art forgers have garnered public sympathy by throwing onto themselves the typecast of a talented but undiscovered or misunderstood artist. I prefer to use the term cultural criminal, and my exhibitions attempt to de-romanticize art fraud by illustrating that it is not a victimless crime. Museums, galleries, auction houses, and individual collectors around the world have suffered, economically, legally, and reputationally, from the discovery of an inauthentic work in their possession. Many museums and curators, myself included, have recently used exhibitions to draw public attention to this problem and to illustrate the role technology plays in detecting and correcting fakes, mistakes, and misattributions, inspiring ongoing discussion of the challenges faced by museums in ensuring collections integrity. Scientific analysis is now playing a more important role than ever in the interrogation of acquisitions and donations. The scientific tools we have today to detect forgeries have advanced considerably, making it easier to distinguish treasures from trickery with non- or minimally invasive techniques. Unfortunately, the scientific interrogation of artworks and objects usually occurs after purchase and does nothing to prove legal or ethical ownership status. I believe the real threat to collections integrity comes not from forgers themselves, but from the many nefarious actors who legitimize dubious acquisitions by lending their professional and scholarly authority to objects that appear on the market, oftentimes unprovenanced. Many scholars agree that artifacts and epigraphic materials without secure provenance and confirmed antiquity are compromised, problematic, and a precarious base for reconstructing the past. Establishing the authenticity of ancient texts and artifacts has critical implications for the discipline of history, as it can prevent the contamination of archaeological, paleographic, linguistic, and literary data sets that scholars rely on to interpret recorded history. Authenticity is about truth, yet contradicting it are illicit actions that threaten knowledge for financial gain. By publishing suspect artifacts and epigraphic materials as authentic, scholars are essentially contributing to this global problem. Although museums, libraries, and institutions are the repository of texts and objects of material culture that are evidence of humanity's collective past, scholars are its gatekeepers in the present. By establishing and adhering to rigorous protocols for provenance research and the scientific interrogation of objects before purchase or publication, we can end the conflation between claims of authenticity and known authenticity, avoiding the trap of presumptive attribution errors. In my own research, I also explore previously neglected dimensions of human experience that provide a more nuanced picture of the authentication process, which is often subjective, biased, and non-evidence-based. Taken together, these analyses serve as a roadmap for avoiding similar methodological failures in the future. In any authentication effort, it's important to underscore the complementary roles of the investigation of provenance, technical art history, and material science, and to emphasize that an empirical approach that characterizes the materiality of an object in question provides important clues for answering historical and cultural questions that cannot be solved using methods of the humanities alone. The market needs to do more than simply apply the rule of caveat emptor, for as long as people are willing to buy art, antiquities, and ancient textual artifacts, forgers will produce them for the market. The prolific problem of forgeries and the market and professional practices that encourage them must stay in the scholarly forum. We must continue to examine questionable art and objects and discuss how forgeries distort the truth by obstructing the way we assess and communicate history. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Mrs. Lowell. Again, we understand how it's important, the battle against forgery. And what she is doing, Mrs. Lowell, is of fundamental importance. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Victoria Reed, who was named the curator for Provenance at the Museum of Fine Arts of Boston in July 2010. And in his role, she is responsible for the research and documentation of the provenance of the new Museum of Fine Arts encyclopedic collection, the review of potential acquisitions and loans. And I have the pleasure to remember that I had the possibility and the honor to collaborate with the Museum of Fine Arts of Boston when we organized in the Queen Alley the exhibition Nostoi, with the collaboration, of course, on many American museums and the collaboration, of course, of the Ministry of Culture from Italy. Mrs. Reed, the floor is yours.
The Museum of Fine Arts Boston, or MFA, is a private encyclopedic museum founded in 1870, which today boasts a collection of approximately 500,000 works of art from around the world. Over the past 25 years, the museum has taken a leadership role among American institutions in conducting provenance research and resolving ownership claims of all kinds in a fair and equitable manner. Since 2000, the MFA has deaccessioned and physically returned, or reached a financial settlement to retain, no fewer than 44 individual works of art. We have deaccessioned and returned objects that were stolen from cultural institutions or private homes, archaeological materials that were illegally excavated and exported, works of art that were plundered during armed conflict, as well as those looted or forcibly sold under Nazi rule, and those traded or sold under duress as a result of racial persecution during the Holocaust. We can probably all agree that these returns and settlements were the right course of action, not only because they repaired broken chains of ownership and removed stolen art from a public collection, but because each return sends a message that there is no place for illicit artwork at the MFA Boston. It is nevertheless, in many ways, the worst-case scenario for any museum to have to deaccession or use acquisition funds to repurchase a work of art in light of the fact that it was stolen or smuggled. So each time the museum comes to the conclusion that it does not hold good title or otherwise must return a work of art in its collection, my first question is, what lessons can we learn from this? In other words, what did we do wrong for so many years? And in particular, how can we avoid repeating our past mistakes so that in the future we are not perpetuating the trade in illicit art? And so that we, the museum, are not faced with 44 more restitutions. Well, no matter what the curatorial department, there are certain acquisition mistakes that I have noted were repeated over and over again. The first consistent mistake is that curators and administrators for many years failed to ask questions about the ownership history of the works of art they were offered, whether as gifts or purchases. The second mistake I can point to is a failure to be aware of, or in some cases, turning a blind eye to, risk factors. Curatorial staff were not routinely asking questions at the same time that they appeared not to be aware of the potential for acquiring stolen or smuggled objects on the legitimate market. The third, and certainly most consistent mistake that we made in the past, was not conducting research on our new acquisitions, but rather accepting the provenance information we were offered at face value. Nearly every object that the MFA has deaccessioned or repurchased in recent years can be faulted for having only the first, diligent in asking questions and requesting paperwork. Second, aware of risks and able to recognize warning signs rather than turning a blind eye. We need to walk away from acquisitions that are too risky. Third, and most important, we need to conduct research on our own to establish a paper trail for each acquisition, or, failing that, to establish credible circumstantial evidence that backs up a verbal account. But we cannot rely solely on the word of the person offering it to us, because that is the person who benefits the most from our believing what they have to say. Today, at the museum, we are focusing on bringing objects of all kinds into the collection that have a clear and verifiable provenance. The MFA works through questions of ownership, import, and export on questionnaires, which are required for nearly every acquisition and incoming loan. Curatorial staff are responsible for compiling as much provenance information as possible, noting the source of that information, requesting shipping and customs documents, checking stolen art databases, providing summaries of relevant legislation, and finally, justifying the acquisition based on all the information in the questionnaire. The process must be completed before the acquisition is considered and approved, and ideally before the object is in the building, rather than, as was common practice in the past, after the fact. Now, the questionnaires do not ensure that we are never going to acquire a work of art that has a provenance problem. It isn't possible to avoid risk entirely. But it does guarantee that we keep a record of our thought process and that we are considering a variety of factors, holding each curatorial department to a consistent standard before making a decision. We may choose to accept certain risks or not, but we do so knowingly, and we have created a paper trail. Our acquisition process ensures not only that we ask questions, are attentive to risk, and conduct original research, but that, with the information we have assembled, we can avoid bringing poorly documented and potentially illicit materials into the collection. By turning down such materials, we can diminish the demand for them, and in this way, bring about a change, however small, to a market that is all too willing to sell unprovenanced works of art to American museums.
Thank you very much. Very important, this Victoria Reed's speech about the complexity of the acquisition by the museum of different masterpieces. We understand how fundamental is the road and also the spirit of aperture of the director of one museum before the acquisition of a masterpiece. Now, I would like to introduce Marie-Cécile Zinsou, president of the Fondation Zinsou. I think that with Marie-Cécile Zinsou, we will try to discuss the problem of the restitution of the masterpieces to the countries of ancient origin, of course, which were during the years of the colonialism, which were stolen from most part of the masterpieces in possession. And I would remember here the splendid speech of President Macron at Ouagadougou, when he said that it is inconceivable that the young African people must go to Europe to see the masterpieces from their land of origin. Mrs. Marie-Cécile Zinsou, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be in this panel. Yeah, I'm here to speak about the extraordinary first step of an adventure that has just begun, which is restitution. Why am I speaking today in front of you? It's because I've been kind of part of this process. In 2006, the museum I created in 2005 in Benin has received a first exhibition, which was very original, as it was an exhibition of the artifacts of our kingdom of Dahomey, the former name of Benin, in Benin. It never happened that Benin had its own heritage, because as many of you know, most of the African heritage has gone during the colonization period. Some people say up to 90% of our heritage is in Europe and in the Western world today. So Africa has been emptied of its heritage. And it was the first time that President Chirac, said that young African people should see their heritage. So in 2006, we organized this exhibition. It was the first ancient art exhibition I organized in my museum. And we met with 275,000 persons who came to see this exhibition, which is an important number because we are 10 million. In Benin. So as you see, the first time you give heritage back to people, you have 275,000 persons coming. So from this exhibition, we had a very keen interest on the question of our heritage. And in 2017, President Macron did his first African speech about the African-French politics in the Burkina Faso. And he said this very shocking thing for French people and also for African people, that was, I want to see the heritage back in Africa. But it's not possible. If the French heritage is a French heritage, nothing can go away. So when the president says that, and when you know he controls the major part of the National Assembly, well, it becomes possible, which is actually, which hadn't been for 130 years since the objects had been gone. And so here we are in 2017, hearing that. And the president orders reports to Bénédicte Savoy and Felwine Sarr, 2 people from the university, 1 from Germany, 1 from Senegal. And they say, yes, it's very legitimate. Africa should get its heritage. And then it starts, President Macron declares that Benin, my country, will receive 26 objects and that Senegal will receive 1. So it seems very small, of course, when you hear the Ouagadougou speech saying, I want the African heritage back, and then today, 2022, you have 27 objects that have arrived. But actually, you should not concentrate on numbers, but on the philosophy. It's the first time that France accepts to look at an African country eyes to eyes. It's the first time that France is not looking over to us and as a superior former colonizer. So for us, it has been very important. So what happened? France has created this, voted this law, an exception law. Senegal had 1 object because they were the first one to receive the looted artifacts, because they had a wonderful new museum that was financed by China, and that is one of the state-of-the-art museum in Africa. And then in Benin, it impacted our cultural politics, and there was a major change. We had museums inherited from colonization that were a very ethnographical museum, which seems weird to have ethnographical museum in the origin countries. And nothing had really been done because we had other emergencies. We became independent in 1960, which is very recent. And we had a lot of emergencies to deal with, and culture was obviously not one of them. But today, the fact that the objects are coming back, Benin has changed totally its cultural politics and has announced the creation of 4 new museums. And they have made an exhibition because obviously the law was voted in France on the 24th of December 2020. And in 2021, the 26 objects came back. What are they? These objects are very important to us because they are the arts of the royal courts of the Dahomey. So they are very, very important objects because they are history objects. And obviously, we have a problem with our history. Having no museums, having no collections, how do you teach the young generation your history? If you have nothing to show them, then it feels that colonization has invented us and that nothing pre-existed. And so these objects coming back, it's also our history, our heritage coming back. And so now we can share it to people. And it has drawn a lot of attention because in the French debate, people are quite angry with the restitution, and they feel that if we had not been colonized, the objects would have disappeared, and that we have absolutely no ways of preserving them. Which is weird because obviously when the French troops looted the objects in 1892, they found objects in the palaces that were 200, 300 years old. So obviously it's very weird to think that what we could do in the 19th century, we were unable to do it in the 21st. So obviously the press attention was very focused on Benin in February when we opened the first exhibition of the looted objects. And it has been a huge success. One thing that has been said to me, but not publicly, so I can't name the person who said it, but it's interesting. One of the French important personality arrived in Benin and said, we just took a lesson of museography. That is to say, what has changed in Western Africa in the political mentalities. Obviously, West Africa has a lot of museums, but they are private initiatives. For the moment, there were very, very few, except the Museum of Dakar and the Museum of Bamako in Mali. There were very few museums that were correct and on international standards. So obviously everything has changed. And I have to say on a very personal point of view, because I've been advocating for restitution for the 6 last years, with the Beninese youth. And that might have been a fact of interest for France, because France has seen that the youth was very into the culture and the heritage. What I must say is that probably the visit of the exhibition of the looted objects on the 18th of February 2022 has been one of the most moving experience that I had in the museum world. Those objects, I've seen them 1,000 times in the Quai Branly in Paris, in the Museum of the Quai Branly. They came very shortly for 3 months in 2006, and they left again, which was difficult to explain to the population. Why is our heritage 5,000 kilometers away? But then the objects coming back, actually, it's like they came back to life. They came back to life, being shown in Benin. And I wish you could have seen the emotions, the emotion of the public, of the people coming and seeing, sometimes for the first time, or for the second, but so briefly, for the first time, seeing their history in front of their eyes in this absolutely splendid exhibition that the government organized with great care for the objects. And people were crying when they arrived. And I just asked the Minister of Culture the numbers. 100,000 persons came since mid-February to see the exhibition. Probably we could have had 1 million, but because of the COVID and the security reason, only 100,000 came. But I think there was 100,000 places to take, and the 100,000 were totally filled, and you still have people queuing in front of the exhibition space. So yeah, it's a first step. It's a first step, but it's an important one. And in France, there was a presidential election a month ago, and President Macron has been reconducted. So we hope that being re-elected is going to continue the process, because most of the other candidates were not very open to the restitution question. And President Macron has lived in Africa, so probably he has a different experience of most French politicians. And so here we are in front of the adventure that is starting, and that is not only between France and Benin, it's also between France and the 7 other countries that have asked for some returns, but also between Belgium and Congo, because there is a European movement created. The Benin Dialogue Group in Germany has started working on the Nigerian museums and on the returns of the looted Benin bronze. England and Scotland have been working on their collections, and some of the Benin bronze are going to be restituted. So obviously it's a very general movement, and I can't tell you any more than that, because I'm really waiting for the next steps, and I don't know yet what's going to happen. I think for France, it will be sharing finally the heritage of Ivory Coast. So today we are in front of this amazing process that is starting, and that is redefining the relationship between the former colonized and the former colonization power. So I hope I can join you next year or in 2 years and tell you about all the restitution that have been going on, and how the African politicians have understood the importance of culture in their development, and the importance of having the young generation accessing their heritage and history.
Thank you very much indeed. I agree totally with your words. And you insist on one point which seems to me fundamental. It's not a question of numbers, but a question of philosophy. And I remember that it's exactly what said Melina Mercouri in 1982 in Città del Messico, when she asked to Great Britain to the restitution of the Phidias marbles, because she said it's absolutely incredible that the monument, the Parthenon, which is the monument of Western civilization, have most part of the sculpture of Phidias in London in the British Museum. And Italy, for instance, I had the pleasure to work with the Ministry of Culture for many years on this problem. Italy, for instance, tried to make conventions with museums in possession of stolen masterpieces, giving back for a loan pieces in provenance from the reserves of the Italian Museum. We did it with United States, with Japan. I think it's a road that we need to travel if we want to obtain good results. Thank you very much indeed. Now I have the pleasure to introduce Maria Rosaria Barbera. I had the honor to be the teacher of Maria Rosaria Barbera in the University of Naples. And the name of Maria Rosaria Barbera is of great importance in Italy because I must say that Maria Rosaria Barbera is the history of Roman archaeology in Italy. She was responsible of the Antiquities of Rome, in Sardinia before, in Tuscany, and she organized a fantastic site of Ostia Antica. So, Maria Rosaria Barbera, the floor is yours.
Good morning to you all, and thanks for the invitation. I'll talk you about museums and cultural heritage protection, mention of the situation in Italy. In Italy, the cultural heritage protection model was developed for more than a century around territorial institutes named superintendencies. The first superintendent of antiquities is considered the famous painter Raffaello, appointed by Pope Leo X, Prefectus Marmorum et Lapidum Omnium of Rome. In 1519, he advanced in a letter his basic concepts on conservation of ancient monuments, arguing that full knowledge had to be ensured by a mapping, which he provided with no small care and diligence, as he himself wrote, composed of a collection of drawings unfortunately now lost. The project was aborted with the death of its creator, but the letter marks the starting point of a new awareness applied to those same antiquities which today are named cultural heritage. This concept was subsequently applied by the individual states in which Italy remained divided until unification in 1861. Thereafter, the model of the superintendency, interpreted as a prefecture for protection, was formally adopted. In this new framework, which took shape during the 20th century, the ancient and venerable institutions named museums, I remind you that the first public collection evolved into the Capitol museums dates back to 1471, were sometimes recognized as autonomous, but more often they remained simple functional units within the territorial superintendencies. Since the end of the last century, particularly, a greater awareness of the task of a museum for the protection of cultural heritage has spread very widely. The Guidance Act issued by the Ministry of Culture since 2001 marks a conceptual turning point within the previous framework, setting technical scientific criteria and operating standards, which are in continuous development. Shortly after, in 2004, the new code dedicated to this topic uses an expression derived from decades of study and debate, in which ICOM actively took part. The museum, it says, is a permanent structure that acquires, catalogs, conserves, arranges, and exhibits for educational and study purposes. According to this model, the activities and resources of the state museums remained linked to those of the superintendencies, uniting protection and enhancement as constituting the keystone of the whole system, which was reiterated again in 2017 Florence Declaration in view of the European Year of Cultural Heritage. An innovation of recent years consists of a radical modification of this system. Since 2014, a number of state museums have been separated from the superintendencies and have become autonomous on an administrative and accounting level. The Italian model has therefore split in two, leaving the most consistent part of the tasks of territorial protection to the superintendencies and, at the same time, allowing museums to develop as independent institutes with their own mission and according to their own forms of protection and enhancement. Cultural heritage is an indispensable collective resource for cultural and social growth, which includes financial aspects. Above all, the museums are the tangible means through which, thanks to the new standards and also in close relationship with the superintendencies, these resources can be identified, studied, and put into circulation at the service of individuals and communities. After a lengthy debate, some museums have been merged into a park, mainly an archaeological park, defined as a territorial area characterized by important archaeological evidence and the coexistence of historical, landscape, or environmental values, equipped as an open-air museum, such as Ancient Ostia, Herculanum, and so on. In this broader sense, the museum, together park, reconnects both function, protection, and enhancement at the highest degree. Thanks to this formula, the museum and archaeological park of Ostia Antica could sign an agreement with private partners guaranteeing for years the opening to the public of Portus Rome, combined with activities that bring children and adults closer to the issue of cultural heritage protection. In this new framework, the autonomous museum is really the protagonist of the activities of conservation of the cultural heritage through a coherent, coordinated, and programmed activity of study, prevention, maintenance, and restoration. Autonomy allows museums to perform more effectively, combining the purpose of fully enjoying the cultural heritage with an important educational mission that also extends to the relevant territory. The uniform quality standards and levels have made the museums a formidable means of knowledge, which is expressed not only through the artifacts on display, but also through the cataloging, digitization, and networking of the additional heritage preserved in the deposits, through the dissemination of diagnostic data on the conservation of the objects, on their territorial connections, and even overcoming the reasons for which that same museum had been built. The museum also gives the opportunity to recompose the dissecta membra, we could translate scattered pieces, of the heritage recovered during the activities against clandestine excavation and illicit trafficking, together with artifacts from legal scientific excavations. A recent exhibition in Rome, Castel Sant'Angelo, gathered in the same room the grave goods which had been correctly excavated and identified with similar seized objects having no provenance and all piled up, demonstrating the damage caused by illegal operations. In this sense, the museum embodies the concept of territorial protection through the reconstruction of the historical context. Likewise, The Museum of the Bath of Diocletian in Rome hosted in 2015 the exhibition of a large part of the Becchina collection, more than 3,000 pieces previously and illegally exported from Italy, but fortunately returned after complex intelligence findings and judicial events. However, the increased aggregation of the various groups has given the public a general knowledge of the recovered objects, but certainly has not been able to reconstitute the original context, which are forever lost. In Italy, most of the museums are located in noble residences, royal palaces, religious complexes, as well as monuments of ancient age. Consequently, they can be a place for training for technical scientific professionals highly specialized in the treatment and care of cultural heritage, including communication. Furthermore, since 2015, the law lists museum services as amongst the essential public activities, equating them with civil protection and health services. Last but not least, the belief in the important function of museums as a public service for visitors has led the Ministry of Culture to bring in the Constitution for a national system of museums, a coordinated project that aims at the networking of almost 5,000 museums to improve the use, accessibility, and sustainable management of cultural heritage. The system can be accessed by all public or private museums and places of culture on a voluntary basis and through an accreditation system established by law. I will conclude with a quotation by the philosopher Hans-Georg Gadamer that is very dear to me. Culture is the only good which, when distributed, increases in value. Thank you to you all, and thanks again for your patience and attention. Bye.
Thank you very much to Maria Rosaria Ribera. Now, Professor Gosset, I think the floor is yours for the next session.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was a fascinating session, really fascinating. And the fact that you were sharing this session, of course, brought a lot to the process, to the dialogue. I see that some of the guests of the second session have arrived. Thank you again, Professor, and we will meet again in the closing ceremony. It will be very important to listen to your analysis on what we have been doing today. And now it's a great honor and pleasure for me to give the floor to Mr. Alex Fan, important art collector, writer, and co-founder of East Langquen. Mr. Fan, the floor is yours.
谢谢高先生，大家好，我是丛山，是分论坛2的主持人。在这一部分中，我们会聚焦于打击文化诈骗、推进负责任的文化交流这一主题。我们请到的5位发言嘉宾，都是在各自领域中当之无愧的领军人物。他们在针对文物艺术品犯罪、守护文化遗产、开展国际文化交流、普及公共教育等方面，持续发挥着至关重要的作用。今天，贸易、旅游、移民以及无处不在的文化之间的对话和交流，让每个国家与这个世界都建立了一种密不可分的联系。我们的过去和当下以及未来之间更加形成了一种多维度的共存。人类的历史已经融入了人类的心理层面，人类的一切事物都彼此关联。在这个不可逆的时间轴上，每一代人都是旅客，我们欣赏风景，我们也要塑造更加完善的生态。一个健全的国际社会 它的公共文化需要包含什么样的道德意识呢？历史学家告诉我们，人类的文明程度在不断进步，这是个好消息。但我们也不能放松警惕，一些不容忽视的问题提醒我们，不能停止探索，必须要深化合作，携手努力。我们影响的不只是人们的知识领域和生活质量，而将是人们对于生命本身的认知。唯有如此，生活中才会发展出更加精美的艺术，人类才会走入一个更加幸福的未来。那么接下来，让我们请出今天的分论坛2的第一位发言嘉宾。戴维斯女士是一位出色的律师和考古学家，现任文物保护联盟委员会的执行董事，负责监管打击文物走私的相关工作。她在古遗址保护领域也发挥了重要的作用，尤其在东南亚地区。文物保护联盟与政府和博物馆之间的国际合作，为我们带来了一个极佳的范本。那有请戴维斯女士的发言。
Hello, my name is Tess Davis, and I'm the Executive Director of the Antiquities Coalition. Our organization is dedicated to combating the illicit trade in ancient art and artifacts while promoting responsible cultural exchange, where business leaders, former government officials, we thank one of these partners, the China-Europe-America Museum Cooperation Initiative, for convening this important dialogue on protecting cultural heritage in the world's largest art markets. Yet, as we've heard from the distinguished speakers so far, despite groundbreaking successes across our continents, looting and trafficking continues to threaten cultural heritage while funding crime, conflict, and even terrorism. It is easier than ever to hawk stolen artifacts due to technological advances like global express shipping, instantaneous money transfers, and social media. And while no corner of the world is spared by these tomb raiders and art smugglers, as we've seen from recent law enforcement investigations and prosecutions, the Asia and Pacific region is under particular attack. The world's museums have a unique opportunity and also a responsibility to fight back. And as this event demonstrates, many are meeting this challenge head-on. Museums across China, Europe, and America are stepping up and using their platforms to safeguard our past for future generations. The Asia-Pacific's art market, as the world's second largest and fastest growing, also has an unparalleled opportunity to set the global ethical standard for the 21st century. There is no need to limit guidelines to those created for Western fine art 50 or even 20 years ago, and the region is in a unique position to reach beyond the art world to the wider private sector, to appraisers, conservators, shippers, free ports, attorneys, and of course the tech industry, in developing cross-sector and international best practices. In recent years, there have been countless positive examples from the region to which we can point, demonstrating how museums and the art market are assuming leadership roles. Given time is short, I'll provide just two, both from the Kingdom of Cambodia, where I've had the honor of working over the last 2 decades. In Cambodia, which is rightfully celebrated for its Temple of Angkor Wat, fighting erupted in 1970 and was followed by decades of civil war. As we're seeing now in hotspots around the world, this conflict triggered organized antiquities looting and trafficking, which then bankrolled further violence. However, Cambodia survived these dark years with its rich culture and its history battered but unbroken, and today is coming back stronger than ever. It has launched an international and ongoing effort to bring home its plundered past through public appeals and legal action, and it's had great success, as others are discussing in today's program, realizing some of the largest recoveries of stolen art since the Second World War. In a testament to Cambodia's leadership, it's treated this campaign not as a clash, but as an opportunity to build a stronger relationship with museums and the wider art world. The first example. Many joining us today may remember when the Kingdom's Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts repatriated a statue fragment to the Cleveland Museum of Art in the United States. Yes, you heard me right. Cleveland had first sent the piece, which was a larger-than-life hand, to Cambodia, believing it was part of a statue then being restored by the National Museum in Phnom Penh. Subsequent analysis showed it was actually part of another statue still in Cleveland, and the National Museum sent the hen back to Cleveland to make that statue whole and share this great work of Khmer art with the American people. Another example involves the art market. Following a voluntary repatriation from Christie's auction house to Cambodia of a masterpiece that had been looted in the chaos leading up to the killing fields, Christie's organized an auction in Phnom Penh that showcased contemporary pieces. It then donated proceeds to local arts organizations. So instead of further encouraging a market for looted antiquities, it encouraged a new generation of Cambodian artists. Obviously, Christie's is not a charity, but while it may not have financially profited from that sale, it did position itself well to become a leading seller of modern Khmer art, a market that is exploding internationally due to the great talent of the country's artists. So this is an example not just of international cooperation, but the fact that good ethics can be good business. Again, these are just two examples of what is possible, but I think they shine the light on a way forward that will help to protect our shared cultural heritage while increasing responsible cultural exchange between China, Europe, and the United States. I look forward to hearing many other examples from the other speakers today, and thank you all for your time, the opportunity to share our thoughts, and for the important work that everyone involved in this program is doing.
谢谢戴维斯女士带给我们的令人印象深刻的发言。第一，她提到了科技，而且我们可以看到她是有全球化视野的，而且是一个与时俱进的一个全球化的视野。也感谢她在柬埔寨所做的一切。那么接下来我们会请出麦克斯韦·安德森先生。安德森先生曾经在艺术博物馆馆长协会做主席。他在大都会艺术博物馆有7年的策展经验，他分别在5家艺术博物馆担任馆长将近30年，包括惠特尼博物馆和达拉斯艺术博物馆，他都有着丰富的实践经验。他同时也是美国国家艺术史委员会、国家艺术研究中心的董事会成员和美国艺术联合会的理事。在过去的35年来，他一直致力于阻止博物馆购入来源不明的文物，并推动非营利性文化机构的可持续发展。那么我们有请安德森先生。
Many art world observers encourage museums to liberate artworks from storage, where, in American museums at least, over 95% of collections are kept. While the circulation of antiquities can have positive results, it's also expensive, time-consuming, and distracting from the other multiple obligations of museum personnel. Which is not to say that circulating works is not a good idea, simply that each potential loan has to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. Museum directors overseeing significant collections find themselves forced to decline the majority of loan requests for various reasons. The intellectual premise of a loan exhibition may be felt to be of negligible research value, or the presumed display conditions might invite outright to prepare the works for display, travel, and publication. In my experience, objects are no more likely to be damaged when in circulation than when back at home at their museum. Michelangelo's marble statue group, the Pietà, famously traveled to the 1964 New York World's Fair without incident, only to be vandalized back at the Vatican 8 years later. Antiquities slated for display are routinely accorded special treatment in advance, and that can include the possible discovery of inherent vice, such as infestation or bronze disease, that can be interrupted and addressed. Other potential benefits can result from reintegration of old damages, consolidation of the object's surface, and new mounts that are more stable and trustworthy than their original mounts. The careful handling of works slated for display rarely results in damage while packing, and the technology of crating and shipping artworks has greatly improved over the last generation, to the point that the chances of misfortune are minimal. By contrast, objects that are not accorded the attention of works in circulation may suffer in silence, unseen on the back of a shelf, with corrosion triggered by excessive humidity, staining from leaky pipes above, animal droppings saturating their surface, or any of a number of other threats familiar to people with heirlooms long neglected in attics and basements. Many museums with significant stored collections are amenable to extending long-term loans. These can be extensive, with dozens or more works spending several years at smaller museums. The presumed value of such loans is obvious. These tend to be objects that would otherwise remain in storage, but are instead made available to a broad public in a location or institution unable to provide access to relevant examples of cultural heritage. The costs attendant to long-term loans are absorbed over years instead of weeks, and benefits to the borrowing institution are incalculable, starting with the implied savings of not needing to purchase comparable works were they available on the legal market, an increasingly unlikely scenario in any event. Long-term loans demand a great deal from both lending and borrowing institutions, beginning with mutual trust, a perceived benefit to both museums, and the costs of preparing, packing, shipping, installing, and offering educational programs and publications connected with them. The numbers of such loans are accordingly finite, even for the largest of institutional lenders, and demand works that might otherwise remain out of circulation. There is no organized reward to encourage such loans, and therefore they tend to be arranged as a function of an entrepreneurial director at the borrowing end and an open-minded director at the lending end. With so much of the world's cultural heritage in storage, and a sharp decline in the number of antiquities available for sale in the legal market, long-term loans could become the best way for both archaeological and collecting institutions to share both the burden and the gift of caring for our collective heritage.
很感谢安德森先生在为这些不会说话的文物和艺术品而发声。他的讲述告诉我们，我们需要积极的去面对这些事情。那么，第一，态度要积极；第二，我们需要通过技术，通过一些规范，用专业的方式去面对。非常感谢他的精彩发言。那接下来，这位先生是佛农拉普利先生。拉普利先生是维多利亚与阿尔伯特博物馆的安全保护部部长和文化遗产保护项目的领头人，也是国际博物馆安全保护集团的创始人及主席。他曾在伦敦警察厅负责重大刑事案件，是一位出色的警探。现在他是国家警察委员会以及国际博物馆安全委员会的成员，毕生致力于打击文物犯罪网络。非常期待您的发言，有请雷普利先生。
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this really important event. And I'd also like to thank the speakers who have gone before me, whose presentations have been fascinating. I personally wasn't aware that Raphael was the first superintendent of cultural protection in Italy, and it's something I need to look at in more detail. I want to speak very briefly to you today, very much not from my former side as a police officer or an investigator, but from the last 10 years of my life working in museums and in protection of cultural heritage worldwide. I don't think many museums would argue that to protect the world's cultural heritage, you need a robust acquisitions policy, which of course we have. I think there's probably 5 things that all museums would seek to achieve in this area. Firstly, that acquisitions policy to protect against kind of endangered cultural heritage entering our collections, but then also to deal historically by making all of the information we have about the history of our objects free and available to everybody. I think then looking a step further, we as a museum have a professional provenance researcher. So as well as it being embedded within our curatorial teams, I think this is a step that museums can go further to really delve deeply into the history and proactively seek out objects that shouldn't be there. I think then to welcome, as museums do, and certainly the V&A does, constructive in dialogue when new information comes to light, shedding doubt on the history of objects within our collections, and to deal constructively with the people who feel a loss. And then maybe 5th, and it was mentioned earlier by speakers, a need to support law enforcement and the police in this area in their investigations. We in museums hold the expertise that can make possible the investigation of the police by providing that expert support and advice. But what I want to do today is to maybe look very briefly at a program of ours that takes cultural heritage protection a step further than looking at what museums should do, and to look at what we can do in addition to raise public awareness and to assist globally in protecting cultural heritage. And I want to talk about our Culture in Crisis programme. It's committed to protecting the world's cultural heritage and supporting communities that suffer cultural loss, whether through conflict, criminal acts or natural disaster. The programme embraces a cross-disciplinary approach by providing a forum for sharing information, inspiring and supporting action, and raising public awareness. The Victoria and Albert Museum in London is an international organisation with collections from around the globe. So in 2015, when we saw the terrible destruction of historic sites in Iraq and Yemen and Syria, we felt we needed to step up and do something about it. From the very beginning, it was essential for us to contribute in a way that was genuinely needed, but whilst also playing to the strengths that we had as an international museum. We recognised the amazing work of other museums, charities and organisations, and needed to ensure that what we did was not competing for funds or the limited resources, but supplementing and complementing the work of others. The programme itself was born as a vision of our former director, Dr. Martin Rolls, and when he introduced me to Dr. Stefan Seaman of Yale University. Stefan was a conservation scientist and I was a former head of Scotland Yard's Art and Antiques unit, and our 2 complementary skills started the programme to look at a different way in cultural heritage protection. Together we planned an inaugural conference in 2015, which was held in London, under the patronage of UNESCO, and with a very kind introductory remark by Madam Bukova, who we heard from earlier today. The conference ended with the delegates from over 100 countries signing what was called the London Declaration. And the London Declaration has been the backbone of the V&A's Culture in Crisis programme for the next 7 years. The Culture in Crisis programme is committed to protecting the world's cultural heritage, bringing together those with a shared interest in protecting heritage, providing a forum for sharing information, inspiring and supporting action, and raising public awareness. We strive to understand the impact of cultural loss on communities and contrasting the positive role its preservation can have in rebuilding. We aim to encourage a cross-disciplinary approach, working with organisations from a variety of backgrounds and taking a holistic approach to the protection of heritage in all of its forms. If further impetus for the programme was needed, it sadly came short after our first conference with the appalling murder of Khaled al-Assad and the destruction of the temple of Baal Shemin in Palmyra. As Irina Bokova said, they murdered a great man, but they will never silence history. His commitment and bravery have been an inspiration to the Culture in Crisis team going forward. Our London conference has been followed by other major international conferences in New Haven in the USA, again under the patronage of UNESCO, and as a satellite event to the UN Global Colloquium of University Presidents. The conference focused on the ongoing destruction and loss of cultural heritage in North Africa and the Middle East, and explored the impact of the exodus of people and talent from that region, potentially resulting in the loss of cultural knowledge as well as local arts and crafts. Our next major conference in Kigali in Rwanda explored the benefits of both cultural heritage and wildlife conservation practices within a post-conflict recovery of a nation, looking at the social and economic benefits of these activities. The outputs of this conference was the creation of a roadmap to recovery, which could be applied with more contemporaneous conflict zones. And then finally, before lockdown, our last international conference was in Pretoria in South Africa, where we partnered also with the Museum for Natural Kunde in Berlin and Yale University and the University of Pretoria to focus on the benefits of wildlife and heritage conservation. The conference served to highlight the value of these two parallel branches of conservation, demonstrating that through their adoption, successful sustainable development of nation and international level could be achieved. Our program, which supports these big events, international events, has really taken off since we employed a full-time heritage protection lead in the form of Laura Searson. She's been responsible for organising dozens of events, starting with just a few people in a room and now going up to maybe 300 or 400 people attending events. She's created 2 podcast series. The first, Preservation by Design, is an 8-part series. And the second, most relevant maybe to today's discussion, is Fighting the Illicit Trade, which explores everything from looting of archaeological sites to the auctioning of stolen antiquities and the long and complex chain of criminal activity that connects the illicit trade of cultural goods, cultural property, and stretches through many hands and numerous countries. That series brings together international experts working to prevent the illicit trade of cultural goods, each fighting a battle to rescue cultural heritage at a different stage of its underground journey. And we look at the actions taken at the source, through transit, and upon arrival at its destination. In December 2019, we identified a genuine need for those engaged in cultural heritage preservation projects to understand more about what others were doing. And in direct response, we launched the V&A's Culture in Crisis portal with the support of national and international partners. It has rapidly grown to become the world's largest and most accessible database of heritage protection projects. It's completely free to use, and it provides an invaluable insight into the global efforts to protect and preserve endangered heritage around the world. The portal is used to learn from one another, to share experiences, to work collaboratively to protect the world's cultural heritage. It connects users now from 189 countries, spans 6 continents, and has more than 500 organisations and lists more than 1,000 protection projects. Since COVID struck, our programme changed, but we have moved on to develop new online programmes, working very closely with the Department for Culture, Media and Sport in the United Kingdom and the British Council, and have launched just 2 series of online lectures, which have really brought a younger audience to the Culture in Crisis group. Something which we felt very strongly about was the opportunity, if I can say that COVID provided to work differently, to genuinely work differently, and to democratise attendance at important events, conferences and lectures in a very dynamic way that allowed young people not only to listen, but to fully and actively participate in workshops and share their ideas. And those workshops are all available online, as in fact is everything I've mentioned. I've chosen not to show you slides or to show you around our website because I wanted to stick as much to time as we can. We're immensely proud of what Culture in Crisis has achieved since 2015. We're inspired each day by the amazing people we work with, and we're amazed by the resilient communities that they serve. Sadly, our work is far from over. and we would like more people to join us and support us by raising awareness to this hugely important issue. And if I can at some point, I will simply paste in the links to both our program, public program, all of our conferences, all of our lectures and podcasts are free and totally accessible on that website. And you have free, unhindered access to over 1,000 cultural heritage protection projects worldwide through the Culture and Crisis portal. I thank you very much for your time today. The rest of the program.
拉普利先生刚才提到的那个在神庙的谋杀，我也印象深刻，这是一个耻辱的罪行。我非常同意你说的，没有人可以让历史闭嘴。那我听到你的发言不断的在提到保护，提到专业，提到合作，提到参与，这也是我非常同意的。我也感谢你在也门、伊拉克、卢旺达和南非所做的事情，谢谢。那么接下来我们有请下一位蔡维索先生。维索先生是柬埔寨文化艺术部部长，同时担任柬埔寨国家博物馆的馆长，在教育和行政部门积累了丰富的经验。柬埔寨是东南亚历史悠久的文明古国，与中国文明往来密切。维索先生在推动柬埔寨与世界文化交流领域有着巨大的影响力。那么有请蔡维索先生。
Good afternoon from Cambodia. My name is Chai Visot. I am the director of the National Museum of Cambodia. Today, it is a great pleasure for me to attend the dialogue online, which organized by the China-Europe-America Museum Cooperative. My presentation will be about the returning Khmer art objects to the National Museum of Cambodia. Let me brief you the contents of my presentation. The first part is going to be about the history of the National Museum and its collection, the missing object from Cambodia, the repatriation of Khmer ancient object to the National Museum of Cambodia, and the conclusion. The first museum of Cambodia was built in 1905 during the colonial times, and then the second one was built in 1920, where larger collections are housing until the present time. There are 18,115 objects are housing in the National Museum collections. And these collections are stone, wood, metal, ceramics, and also textile. These collections were from the mission that École-Française Extrême-Orient did between 1898 to 1975, from the excavation, from purchasing, from seizing of the border between Cambodia and Thailand, and also from donation from local and international friends. For the missing object from Cambodian, as you know, the emergence of the Khmer civilization attract the interest of Western researchers and also collectors. As a result, many objects are moving from their original places for a different reason. It can be the safety reason, can be the reason for exhibition, and also for selling to the art markets. And we can see two different periods of missing objects in Cambodia. One is during the French colonial time, because they just try to collect all the objects for displaying in Paris, in France. And also some other researchers, when they came, they just want to brought back the collection for their own purpose to display or selling in Paris. And after French colonial time, we have a very bad experiences with the looting site in order to bring the art object to sell between the Khmer and Thai border, especially from 1970s. For the third part of my presentation is about the returning Khmer art object to the National Museum of Cambodia. Up to date, we have about 5,240 objects brought back to Cambodia and housing at the National Museum of Cambodia between 1996 to 2021. And we have two different sources of these collections donated to the National Museum of Cambodia. One is local donation and another one an international donation, I mean from different countries out of Cambodian. For local donation, we can see 4,442 objects. These kinds of donation from the government institution or from individual, while another 798 objects through the channels of the government negotiations, individuals and expatriated or foreigners who are living in Cambodia. Regarding to the question, why can Cambodian get all these artifact bags? The first is because we have, Cambodia have law on the protecting of cultural heritage in 1996. We have the ratified the UNESCO Convention in 1970 on the means of protecting and preventing the illicit import, export and transfer of ownership of cultural property to which both countries are state parties. And another one, MOU between Cambodia and US on the imposition of import restrictions on Khmer archaeological material. And another one is about archaeological remains from the site itself that can prove the origins of the statue. Publication, it can be book or catalogs, and archive documents. And in some cases, we need to use the lawsuit to auction agency or institution or individual in order to claim to get our object back. But the best way that our Cambodian government do is about negotiation. We try our best in order to negotiate to get those artifact backs. Last but not least, we have 14 countries give object back to Cambodia. In conclusion, Cambodia is one of the greatest countries for our cultural heritage in Southeast Asia, but it has a very bad history of looting cultural objects from art markets. The royal government of Cambodia is working so hard to get the missing object back home through diplomatic negotiation with other country institutions or individual art dealers. We are going to continue negotiate with collectors for some object looting during the 1970s. And the National Museum will play an important role for the process of getting ancient objects back to Cambodia. Thank you so much.
谢谢蔡猥琐先生。柬埔寨有着悠久的文明，高棉的微笑一旦你看过，它就会永远印在你的脑海深处。我非常期待可以有一天到柬埔寨国家博物馆去。我也期待中国和柬埔寨之间，未来我们这两个国家会在文明上有更多的合作。那么接下来，我想有请马克·毕肖奈先生。毕肖奈先生是一位重要的考古学家，他曾任罗马国立史前史和人种学国家博物馆馆长、乌迪内公民博物馆馆长，以及都灵东方艺术博物馆馆长和意大利第一个大型多媒体博物馆威尼斯 M9 20世纪博物馆的首任馆长。同时，毕肖内先生也是欧洲博物馆年度奖评选委员会成员，他曾经参与制定欧盟在文化领域的政策。期待你的精彩发言，有请毕肖内先生。
Hello, everybody. And first of all, let me thank you for having organized such an important event addressing a very important theme for the policies of the museums now. Museums are currently facing two major challenges that question fundamental aspects of their cultural policy and their existence. On the one hand, there is the ever-growing problem of illicit trafficking of cultural goods. According to the United Nations, one of the main illegal trafficking, along with that of drugs, weapons, and human beings. The trafficking of cultural goods is often managed by large criminal organizations. The globalization of trade and also the globalization of the world of art, the opening of new markets and the interest, and unfortunately, the presence of wars has led to a considerable increase in this illicit trafficking. The second challenge is the question of the return of goods illegally exported from the countries of origin, an issue that has expanded to include an historical and political dimension, the legitimacy of the collection of many museums, especially of countries that have a colonial past, and how these collections have been acquired. I think that these two issues have some aspects in common, namely, first, the legitimacy of the possession and the problem of restitution and repatriation. These challenges, therefore, confront ethical, historical, and legal aspects that do not find a single solution given the complexity of the issues and the variety of contexts, but they can be addressed by seeking shared methods between museums and between states. As always, it is necessary, first of all, to act on the demand. Museums that purchase works on the market, which expand their collections, must pay extreme attention in verifying the origin of the works purchased and the legitimacy of possession. For example, in Italy, when a public museum acquires works of art originating from other countries, it is required to check through the Carabinieri, to check with the authorities of the country of the origin whether the works have been legally exported or less. If you don't have this proof of legal exportation, you cannot acquire works of art in public collection. On the other hand, the issue of the restitution can only be addressed on a legal basis, considering only the legal status of the object and the legislation of the country of origin at the time of export, putting aside for the moment any other historical claims and political consideration. International conventions already exist, of course, UNESCO conventions, UNIDROIT convention, the regulation of European Union for the circulation of cultural goods inside the European Union. But the problem is that many countries still consider cultural goods not as object of arts subject to specific protection, but they consider cultural goods just as simple commodities. And of course, these countries are the main art market in the world. However, I believe that a possible alternative can come to museums by the creation of international network of long-term exchanges and loans. As was pointed out by a former speaker, I totally agree. Instead of acquiring works on the market at very high cost with the risk of legal disputes, it would be better develop a policy of long-term loans, which enhances museum collections that are not on display, strengthens international ties in the museum communities, attracts new audiences with the expansion of cultural offer. Of course, this issue is not a question involving only museums. It is necessary the support of authorities and government, but I think that we must go on trying to share the collection between museums, trying to establish connection and networks between museums and authorities. I think that this might be the possible solution to such a complex challenge. Thank you very much.
毕肖内先生提到的这两大挑战，我非常同意您说的这其中的复杂性。 那我也看到你是一直在寻找解决的方案。我想今天我们所有的嘉宾都在发表自己的真知灼见，在寻找着一种解决的方案。我想我们需要的是行动，需要的是合作。我相信我们一定可以找到这些问题的解决方法。那么接下来我把麦克风给到高大伟先生我们进行第3部分，谢谢。
非常感谢高先生，你们的分论坛2其实非常丰富，而且呢，这个分论坛2因为您的主持变得更精彩，非常感谢。去年您跟您的团队开始支持这个过程，今年我们继续一起努力，希望明年我们可能在线下吧，在中国继续团结这些朋友，因为在这个方面团结就是力量。非常感谢范先生，非常感谢。现在是我的荣幸，I will pass the floor to Mr. Cha, and some people might ask, but why do we have an economist with us today to chair the last session of the dialogue? Well, it is very simple, because of the nature of the 3rd session. We are going to explore the partnerships that are realities already, or that we would like to see between the public sector and the private sector in order to fight, to battle illicit exchanges in the cultural field or the field of art. So thank you, Mr. Cha, for being with us. And we see that we have PwC in your back, but you are not representing PwC today. You only represent yourself, of course. Thank you very much for your support. Mr. Cha, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gossett. And good afternoon and good morning, everyone from Shanghai. And our community has been locked down for more than 2 months. And I expect Shanghai will gradually recover to normal very soon. And for the 3rd panel, we will focus on partner with the private sectors. So business and cultural leaders will share how museums can work with the private sector to protect themselves, global markets, and our shared world heritage from cultural crimes. And we will have 6 speakers, including me, who are Dr. Sevin Shu, the Director of Tencent Digital Culture Lab and Vice President of Tencent Research Institute. And the second speaker is Mr. Rafael Cosimo, Group Head of Anti-Financial Crime at Intesel Tapolo. And our third speaker is Miss Bonnie Goldblatt, Head of Investigation and External Engagement for Citibank's Global Financial Crime Investigation and Intelligence Unit. Our fourth speaker is Mr. Answer D. Philippines, Chairman and Co-founder of the Philippines. And our last and not least speaker is Juan Manuel Gabriel, and Director of Gabriel Foundation. So before our distinguished speaker develop their speech, please allow me to say a few words. My key message is that China should encourage and attract private companies to play a major role in the museum sector. As some of you know, in China, museums often owned by the state and is also managed by the state. And in Chinese, we call it a 事业单位. It's not a company, it's a 事业单位. There are very few private museums in China. So as a result, many Chinese museums or some of Chinese museums are not well developed. In my hometown, the city of C.E.A., the ancient Chinese capital for over 1,000 years, is very well known for the terracotta warrior. And I have visited that museum since I was a child. I have been there many times. However, after I traveled to many countries and visited many other museums, and I realized my hometown museum still have a lot of potential to be unleashed. And because it is a state-owned and management team has no incentive or lack of experience to furtherly expand or innovate the museum. A terracotta warrior is just one of the many examples. Our speaker from the opening, Mr. Shan Jixiang, the former director of the Palace Museum, has done some remarkable innovations for the Palace Museum. So Chinese people was very surprised that they can do museum so differently. So that was highly regarded by many people. But Mr. Shan is one of the very few talents we have. So China's rising include not just economic success, but also needs cultural renaissance. Arts, museum are important part of this, but letting private companies play a leading role or play a major role, or in another word, let the market decide the allocation of resources. Then perhaps many masters like Mr. Shan Jixiang will be placed to the right position to manage our museum. By doing so, it will speed up the globalization of Chinese arts at the museum. And finally, I know very little about arts at the museum. As Mr. Gossett introduced, I'm an economist. But I know the world is entering a digital era or digital age, we would say. For example, Chinese central bank has already digitalized our Chinese currency yuan. So I believe digital technology will also reshape the global museum and art sector. China, Europe, American Museum Cooperation Initiative provide us one of the best channels to exchange ideas and knowledge. And I'm eager to learn from our distinguished speaker. So please let me introduce the first speaker, Dr. Sevin Shu. Dr. Sevin Shu is a director of Tencent Digital Lab and a vice president of Tencent Research Institute. He has more than 10 years of experience in the field of media and the internet, as he is fully committed to research and practical of internet plus government services, tourism, industrial internet. As the founder of Tencent Culture and Tourism, he initiated the project of Yunnan at your fingertip. He was awarded the Excellent Expert of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism in 2020. Dr. Shu is now in charge of a series of projects regarding the digitalization of cultural heritage, including the World Heritage nomination of Beijing Central Assets. Dr. Shu, the stage is yours, please.
OK， 谢谢主持人，高先生好，女士们、先生们，大家下午好，非常荣幸啊，能够受邀参加此次的合作倡议的对话。我是来自腾讯的舒展，刚才呢也听到大家在国际文博领域的诸多专家大咖的见解和观点呢，受益良多。时间的关系呢，我简单分享一点点我们作为一家科技公司和一个私营企业，在这个环节里面我们自己的一点点的努力和一些想法。昨天呢是国际博物馆日，今年的主题是博物馆的力量，旨在强调博物馆拥有影响人类世界的巨大的潜力和强大的能力。那么这种力量呢，在现代的数字化创新的浪潮里面， 体现为围绕元宇宙的方向、区块链 NFT 等新一代的技术，是可以深度融合博物馆及馆藏的文物所形成的新时代的数字文博的力量。我们要看到全球博物馆发展的一个新的趋势，那就是在元宇宙的浪潮里面，可以重新焕发生机。比如巴黎博物馆、美国的大都会的博物馆，纷纷运用 VR、AR、AI 等做了大量虚实互动的创新的展览形式，为观众呢带来了更美好的文化体验。我们也可以看到，中国的各大博物馆也在积极的拥抱新的浪潮，拥抱元宇宙。最近呢，中国有50多家博物馆的馆长联名发布了关于博物馆积极参与构建元宇宙的倡议，这让我们觉得一向以来可能大家会觉得古老而又相对略为保守、注重保护的这个博物馆，却有了焕发的新的思维，共同参与建构元宇宙，增强藏品资源，特别是数字资源的开放共享，在元宇宙中创造无限的可能。让全球的博物馆在前沿的科技下创新，可持续的发展是腾讯自2016年开始去探索的数字文博的方向。我们跟故宫呢合作了数字故宫，那是在单院长的指导下，助推尘封在故宫里的国宝焕发新生，吸引了上亿的用户互动浏览。我们跟敦煌研究院推出的敦煌诗经的小程序，服务了300万的用户，运用敦煌的壁画的元素，打造属于自己的个性化的时尚又蕴含吉祥寓意的诗经。我们跟秦始皇帝陵博物馆去打造了你好兵马俑这样一个小程序吧，我们用人脸识别的系统、H5的小游戏、微信的小程序、视频直播等创新传播形式，让人们在线感受秦代人的生活的日常。在2017年呢，我们跟秦始皇陵做的一场闭馆直播，当时同时在线的人呢超过了150万人，这个我们当时觉得是个非常大的一个成绩了。为了更好的运用新一代的数字技术，创新性的保护活化文化遗产，形成可持续发展的新的模式，腾讯呢成立了数字文化的实验室，我们希望呢能够开启让文物活起来、数字化永生的新探索，也希望用腾讯作为一家私营企业所拥有的市场活力、内容能力和核心的科技能力呢，连接广大的生态和企业，还有社会大众，运用到文化遗产的可持续社会价值目标的创新上去，用科技和商业的方法探寻长期发展之道。我们今年呢启动了跟北京市文物局的一个合作，就是推动北京市的中轴线的申遗，这是北京市乃至中国的一件大事。我们做了一个数字中轴的项目，整合了在目前中轴线上已经确定的申遗的19个遗产点，包括已经原来申遗成功的单点，包括故宫、天坛，还有正阳门，现在的这个先农坛，我们运用虚拟建模、实时的云渲染，还有数字人的技术，通过时空舱、小宇宙等新型的数字展成体系的构建，也包括用区块链的技术去发行中轴线的 IP 的数字藏品。我们发行的雨燕的数字藏品呢，一共有9999份，在去年的年底去发行的这样的一个创意，在1个小时以内就被用户呢领取完毕。应该说初步的试水的去做了中轴线的 IP 的活化的一些尝试。此外，我们也将联合中国国家博物馆，在2022年手拉手共享世界文明之美的活动中间，联合国外的27家国家级博物馆、国内的10家顶级博物馆，开展全球博物馆珍藏的展示，在线接力，既有对馆藏珍品的数字化的复现，也有融合前沿技术的沉浸式的展览，还有特色数字人的互动讲解，带领全球的博物馆呢，我们尝试携手共建人类命运共同体，重构传统文化之美，保护珍贵的文物。从初期我们在传播上的探索，到技术上的深度参与，再到现在我们希望推动文博行业全链条的数字化。我们希望让文物活起来、炒起来，也跟我们腾讯现在作为一家私营企业特别强调的科技向善 Tech for Good 这样的初心去结合起来。未来呢，我们会继续呢用我们的科技能力，不遗余力的去做好文博单位、博物馆的数字化的助手，让传统文化滋养人们的精神事业， 为大家去做更多的贡献和参与，也希望大家给我们提出更多的建议和合作。谢谢大家。
好，谢谢舒博士。I'm very excited to learn that our private company is playing a major role to help the museum by using digital technology. And our next speaker is Mr. Rafael Cosimo. Mr. Cosimo is group head of anti-financial crime at Sao Paulo. Pre-joining the bank, he was chief operating officer of the Promontory Financial Group and the CEO of Promontory Italy, a boutique advisor firm specializing on risk and regulatory issues, part of IBM Group. Before that, Mr. Cosimo covered various roles in the Italy-backed subsidiary of BNPP, mostly in the international network. Mr. Cosimo has obtained an MBA at the Bocconi University in Milan and a PE in political science and economics and statistics at the University of Milan. Mr. Cosimo, the stage is yours. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Thank you for this opportunity to be with you. It's really an honor. Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Gosset, and thank you for the invite. I prepared a few slides. Let me see if I can share it with you. Just a second. I hope you see me with the slides. Otherwise, I will go ahead. No, it doesn't work.
Mr. Cosimo, is it our problem? Just one second. Mr.
Okay.
Cosimo would like to show us some slides. Can we arrange that, or is it Mr. Cosimo's problem?
Mr. Gosset, I will go forward in the interest of time.
Okay.
And anyway, the material is available. So just a few remarks and also some contribution coming from the perspective of the banks, or at least the bank that I represent in Intesa San Paolo. So listening also to the previous speakers, I believe there is a common sharing of the view that the art market has an inherent risk in terms of exposure to money laundering and terrorist financing risks. We know that organizations such as FATF have started to pay more attention to these aspects of the art market. In the recent annual report, here we are. Okay, and let me see if I can move it. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So I was just mentioning some highlights from the FATF 2020-2021 report regarding the use by criminals of the art market to launder proceeds of crime, taking advantage of some of the aspects of the market which are related to some veil of secrecy on the transactions, the fact that the pricing is difficult to evaluate whether is the proper pricing, and the use of intermediaries, including share companies or trust, to put some veil on the real participants to transactions. Recent developments have included also recourse by terrorist groups to finance their criminal activities, exploiting the heritage items that can be found in the lands that they are occupying. So just to mention that FATF has well ahead in a project to support the increased awareness among the players of the art market and the stakeholders, and we should have a completion of the project in June 2022. I like also to make reference, and is available, of course, in the website, a recent study from the US Department of Treasury focused on the facilitation of money laundering and terrorist finance through the trade in works of art. So is a recommended lecture that is available in the website. Moving to the next slide. Thank you. Just a recap of the increased size of dealings in the market, a market that reached a value of $65 billion, with an increase of almost 30% from 2020, and the size of the market is clearly a factor that contributes to the interest of criminals in using this market for their purposes. In this slide, I would have summarized again what I have anticipated with some red flags. So relatively high value of art compared to other commodities. In some instances, the opaque nature of the high value art market. Looking also at the lack of stable and predictable pricing, the possibility to move artworks cross-border or even transfer ownership without moving the artworks themselves, and through the use of free ports, and also the force difficulty from law enforcement to identify the criminal proceedings and pursue such illicit actions. On the next slide, I would like to recap the most recent regulatory frameworks that have been adopted. So we are on slide 3 now, mentioning the framework in the EU, which is related to these two directives. One is the well-known 5th AML directive, which establishes some obligations to the market participants, and the following directive, 2018 1673, which identify market dealers as obliged entity. Similar requirements are in place in the USA, and recent changes in the law with the new ML Act of 2020 have increased obligations on market players as far as ML requirements are concerned. In the UK, a similar legislation to the EU, coming from the 5th ML directive, identify art markets and participants subject to legislation. Moving to slide 4. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm able to move the slides. Okay, thank you. And the next slide, please. Slide 4. Many thanks. So what are the measures that the banks have taken regarding AML obligations, and the same measures are applied to market participants. So in summary, customer due diligence, strong verification of the parties, and in some cases the CDD becomes enhanced due diligence with further information required to make sure that the parties do not present AML risks. Retention of documents and data, most significantly identification of the origin of the funds, and so understanding the nature of the patrimony that are used to buy work cards. Other measure is a continuous monitoring of the operations, and when there is a suspicious of anomalous activity, then the banks are obliged to refrain from conducting such transactions, and then report to the authorities the suspected activity. And finally, a lot of investment on training employees. So these are the key pillars of an ML program that somehow also the participants in the art market should implement in their own business according to the legislation that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. Finally, which are the challenges that are coming in the art market, and these challenges are related to the emerging digital art space with the non-fungible tokens, the NFTs, which are increasing the risk due to the again absence of an harmonized regulatory framework so far. And so these, similarly to the cryptocurrency, are exposing the market to further risk. So the use of blockchain technology could for sure facilitate the identification of the parties that are owning and transferring the artifacts. However, still there is a very space for remain anonymous, and therefore more, let's say, experience and more discipline in using blockchain solution should help in removing these secrecy components of art dealings. I would just move to the conclusions in the interest of time on the next slide. So I would like to leave a few comments as a final remarks. I believe that it's interest of the art industry to have strong measures in place in order to fight criminals. Of course, these measures should be balanced. So let's avoid red tape. So policymakers and regulators should pay attention not to create a cost that could not be bearable by market players. However, market players should identify risk-based measures which I believe should increase transparency, should be shaped by more cooperation in information sharing, and in particular in identifying ultimate beneficial owners of the transactions, and have a strong risk assessment in order to adopt risk-based measures. So my final remark goes back to the ancient Romans, which were saying in Latin, pecunia non olet, which could be translated in money does not smell. However, I think that dirt money smells very well, very much, and may, let's say, we should avoid that this should taint the profound value of the museum's mission, which is to preserve the beauty. And Dostoevsky words, the beauty will save the world, should be always before us in what we do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cosimo. Thank you for the great speech. And our third speaker is Ms. Bonnie Goldblatt. Ms. Goldblatt is head of investigation and external engagement for Citibank's Global Financial Crime Investigation and Intelligence Unit. She oversees Citi's enterprise-wide, complex, and multi-jurisdictional investigation, often generated by the impactful external events that may pose significant reputation risk to the bank. In her capacity, Ms. Goldblatt leads engagement with federal law enforcement on highly sensitive matters to include terrorist financing, public corruption, fraud, human trafficking, and narcotics trafficking. Before Citigroup, Ms. Goldblatt was a federal agent serving as a national program manager for art and antiquities investigation for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Ms. Goldblatt is currently and also an adjunct professor at Fordham University School of Law. Ms. Bonnie Goldblatt, the stage is yours now. Please.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for inviting me to the second dialogue of the China-Europe-American Museum Cooperation Initiative. I have had the opportunity to work in both the public and private sector, and now have the opportunity to participate in public-private partnerships. And I can say firsthand that the mutual collaboration results in actionable financial intelligence that can be used to identify and disrupt some of these networks. Cultural property preserves the history of people, their unique identity, and reaffirms the richness of their lands. The inherent value of sharing history through public display of antiquities is a continued sense of identity passed on long after their creation, the future of a country. Preserving these treasures reunite people with their history after long years of often sometimes ravaging attacks on their land. Now, there are those that look at cultural property for the intrinsic monetary value, which may be fueled by greed or to support illicit activities such as terrorism. Unscrupulous dealers meet the demands of collectors who display these treasures within their own confines. Unfortunately, I've seen this firsthand. Prior to my current role, I specialized in the area of enforcing U.S. cultural property laws for the U.S. federal government. I was a special agent for the U.S. Customs Service, which later became the Department of Homeland Security Investigations, for over 30 years. I worked closely with the U.S. State Department, Interpol, and countries around the world to capture criminals involved in this activity, repatriate stolen artifacts, and return the cultural property to the rightful owners, which was the country. I have witnessed the effects of brazen attacks on protected archaeological sites, raiding of tombs, amateur attempts to remove public statues, the damage left in the wake, treasures destroyed, are simply sent to a skillful restorer, eager to take the money so that it could be sold again in the underground market. After retiring from the federal government, I made the decision to continue a path to prevent illicit activity. In my current role as the Global Head of Investigations and Intelligence for one of the largest international financial institutions, my job is to prevent illicit activity from flowing through the financial system, protecting my firm, protecting our clients, and through regulatory reporting, sharing relevant findings with appropriate government officials. The illicit art market can attract sophisticated money launderers because of the high opportunity of monetary gain. It is imperative that the public and private industry form strong partnerships to collaborate on intelligence. There are professional money laundering networks that are out there, and they don't care what kind of crime it is. They will service anybody who provides them with the right money. Public-private partnerships allow the development of trends and typologies to identify illicit activity. Non-government organizations have collectively amassed valuable information that is useful for the financial sector. Financial institutions have a lot of data. Armed with that information, financial institutions, they want to prevent the flow of illicit funds through their institutions, and they can proactively data mine to identify bad actors. To turn the identified activity is reported to authorities through regulatory reporting requirements governed by each country. Art dealers, galleries, and auction houses have a responsibility to conduct due diligence on their clients and identify the beneficial owners of the entities selling or buying the art. Sufficient resources needs to be allocated to research the sourcing of cultural property. Financial institutions have a responsibility to conduct due diligence on their clients when they are onboarding as well. As we've witnessed during the forum, and what I've been fortunate to have experienced firsthand, the people who have chosen to dedicate their energy in the area of preservation of cultural property are passionate and committed to the cause. Together, we can strengthen the fight against this unlawful looting and sale of cultural property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldblatt. Our fourth speaker is Mr. Arthur D. Philippines. Mr. D. Philippines is the chairman and co-founder of the Philippines, as well as an entrepreneur and an avid collector of art. He is the son of the former French Prime Minister Dominique de Philippines. By the way, I met the Prime Minister twice. One time at the Bro Forum Asia about 6 years ago. Then the second time in Shanghai 3 years ago. I actually showed a picture of me with him to our friend, Mr. Cosset. And Arthur grew up surrounded by artists. His mother is the celebrated sculptors, and his sister has established a successful career as a painter. And throughout his childhood and extensive travels, Arthur was introduced to many leading artists, all of whom trained him to see art through the eyes of artists rather than the market. And this experience had a profound and lasting effect on Arthur. Together with his father, he has nurtured strong friendship with artists from the region, developing expertise in the Asian art market. And he is currently on the executive committee of Friends of Hong Kong Museum of Art and the creative industry committee of art and culture of the French Chamber of Commerce. He is also an art ambassador for the Hong Kong Tourist Board. Mr. Arthur Philippines, the stage is yours, please.
I'm very happy today to be part of this forum about cultural heritage. And let me tell you, cultural heritage is very important for me and I think for the world. the cultural heritage is about legacy. It's about our memory. Not the memory that is imposed to us, but the memory we decide to choose and to preserve as a community. And I think that, of course, we think of the state, we think of governments, institutions, that is our duty to preserve this memory and this legacy. But I think it's also part of every citizen's, and especially cultural and different institutions that are being part of this cultural community, to also take their role and take the responsibility to preserve what will be left for their children. This memory that is also made of artists, is made of food, gastronomy, it's made of nature that we should preserve. I think that as a gallery, we really want, through artists, to create a new way we can look at the world, a new way we can mirror and understand the world. This, I'm trying to participate myself by making sure that the artists we promote, Zaoki, for instance, that is a very good friend of the family and that we had the chance to know really well, that promotes this idea of identities that are better when they are combined, identities that get stronger, like the Eastern culture, like the Western culture, that gets stronger when they are combined and when they are brought together. This philosophy, this heritage, I want to preserve it, I want to promote it in this part of the world and through the gallery. So how I do it? Of course it's exhibitions, but I'm trying to bring guides, bring people to explain, create tours, for free of course, to help people understand what they see through the paintings, to help to understand his life, made of someone who was born in China but then developed his life in Europe, how he, every time, through challenges, through the encounter of new cultures, how he absorbed these cultures and create himself a new identity. We are bringing these different tours to explain people this message. But more than that, we are creating a salon where people can exchange, people can debate and give their point of views about the artist and about the themes. Also, when we are talking about legacy, it's not just the tours, it's not just the exhibitions, it's also the outside work that is necessary to keep that legacy alive. Of course, I'm talking about museum exhibitions, but I'm also talking about, for example, that we are taking the initiative of translating the book of Zaoki, the autobiography of Zaoki, into Chinese to help promote this philosophy and his life in China and of course in the rest of the world. So I think that we can see through this example, in being able to root the legacy of an artist into our heritage, preserve their philosophy, is really important. But of course, when we're talking about artists, we must talk about collectors. And we know that most of the time we are tempted to create collections that will be mostly for speculation or for investment or for the idea to collect for yourself. I think we are in a moment where we have the duty and we have the responsibility to collect for more, to collect to preserve a certain heritage, a certain vision of the world. Well, with the gallery, with the advisory part of the gallery, we want to help collectors here take this responsibility and be able to endorse a new vision of the world, because we need to listen, we need to hear this vision in other parts, whether it's Europe or whether it's US, we need to hear that vision, and we want to help Asian collectors to bring in that vision into the world. So helping them to select the right artist, to select the right paintings, and making sense to all together preserve heritage through art, with artists, and of course with collectors that want to do more for the art world. Thank you very much, and I'm very happy that this type of forum and this type of events happen so that all together we can preserve the cultural heritage of this world. Thank you.
Okay, very good speech, Mr. Arthur, the Philippines. I hope I can also meet you in the near future, like I did it met your father in the past. Our last and not least speaker is Mr. Juan Manuel Gabriel. Mr. Gabriel is the executive director of Gabriel Foundation Asia. He was executive director at the Gabriel Foundation in New York City for over a decade, at an organization in the Spanish and Latin American art space. He developed the division of the Global Gabriel Foundation in USA and Asia, implemented an original art and culture foundation with exhibitions in top museum, public areas, and art fair. He has established and managed strategic partnerships for key public art programs in the USA and also in China. Mr. Gabriel served as the director of the board for the C.E.A. US Chamber of Commerce in New York City and in the advisory board of the Stevens Institute of Technology University. He was member of the Spanish Science Network for Internet Development. And he also holds an MBA from Kellogg School of Northwestern at the University of Science Technology in Hong Kong. Welcome, Mr. Gabriel. The stage is yours now.
Hello. Happy International Museum Day to everyone. I hope I can make a humble contribution to this dialogue protecting our cultural heritage in this third session, partnering with the private sector. We can think about protecting our cultural heritage considering many different perspectives and players: museums, governments, police, auction houses, galleries, lawyers, etc. We already talked about most of them in today's dialogue. Now, I would like to contribute sharing some of our experience. In this 2022, the Gabriel Foundation makes 30 years since its inception in Valladolid, Spain. One of our first programs in the 1990s was to help with the protection of the heritage in our region. Our region holds more than 50% of the Spanish heritage, and when we began our activities, the heritage was quite at high risk. There was always a big risk of thieves, but most dangerous issues for our heritage were, still are, and most likely will still be in the future. Number one, the time passing by and the action of natural elements, sunlight and humidity mostly, and chemical pollution. Number two, the lack of conservancy in a proper way. Number three, the lack of professionals capable to address and execute conservation and restoration as soon as it is needed. For sure, all these points are already taken care of in any museum, but out there in our society where most of our cultural heritage is, these tasks are paramount. They are not just addressed in most countries, and oftentimes goes backwards. An eye-opener example could be when the last year, July 2021, the UNESCO convention held in Fuzhou, China, removed Liverpool Maritime Mercantile City from the World Heritage List due to an irreversible loss of the historical value of its Victorian docks. Museums' collections are limited to their walls, but museums in this century must keep relevant and be a beacon to go beyond their physical limits. They can take the lead on advocating for this subject because the society at large has the responsibility not just to protect our cultural heritage, but to pass it on to future generations in better conditions. This task will be impossible to carry on just for museums, and that's why we need a private sector. In order to tackle this, we need more experts, and this is precisely how we contributed to the protection of our heritage. By teaming up with Universidad de León, and creating the School of Art Conservation and Restoration, ESR, we deliver new professionals that now convey on this critical mission. Our approach is hands-on and focused on practice since the very beginning of the students' education until their graduation. In these photos, we can see the students working with some artworks. During the 1990s and the early 2000s, we brought dozens of professionals every year whom were able to protect our heritage professionally and with the latest research and technology. Since the first year, we made summer campaigns, immersions where students and professors worked together for a month in a major site to restore a church or a large collection of artworks. This group interactions creates the best learning tools as well as the best results for our cultural heritage. This group interactions create the best learning tools as well as the best results for our cultural heritage, creating strong professional networks and trusted relationships. We advocate to this model not just for a small region, but elsewhere in China, Europe, America, and the rest of the world. Museums and government can partner with private institutions like ours to share knowledge, human resources, conservation, and educational programs to serve more niches in our society and advocating for a better conservancy and protection of our cultural heritage. In a practical way, we also need to create more shared databases. Normally, museums' databases are in silos that are not interconnected or easily accessed. On the other side, private sector should share their professional restoration studies with museums. These studies are also in silos mostly. I would like to illustrate this with a great example achieving this kind of sharing. The Interpol app, ID Art. This app connects the Interpol Stolen Art Pieces database, currently around 50,000 pieces, with everyone. The app additionally allowed us to create and upload art pieces within the app for our own collections and keep them in their database. In the worst case, a robbery, it will be able to share the stolen pieces information directly with the Interpol. We are just at the beginning of the digitalization, and new technologies like blockchains are to our advantage to fight against crimes. With more transparency, easy access, less silos, we will make criminals harder to act. Technology will not just help our professionals, but the society at large. I want to finish by expressing my gratitude to David Gossett and his team for the invitation and the organization of this fantastic dialogue. I'm also thankful to Bin Zhao. Thank you all for your attention and wish you enjoy the rest of today's program.
Thank you, Van. Finally, let me conclude this session by switch to Chinese. Van 呢和我是 Kellogg 的校友，他的演讲呢很精彩。然后呢，我现在呢就是做一个总结，把这个然后就是首先呢，我们感谢5位嘉宾的精彩发言。我作为一个对博物馆完全不了解的这样一位经济学家，让我学到了很多新的知识。然后我特别的高兴的听到我们的企业，包括腾讯，包括意大利的银行，包括 Gabriel Foundation 都在开始在用很多的数字经济。我听了很多次 blockchain 的这样的一个新兴的技术的出现。然后呢，这就是我前面说的我们已经进入到一个数字经济时代，全球进入到一个数字经济时代。数字经济正在颠覆各行各业，包括我们的博物馆行业跟我们的艺术品行业。所以呢，在这种情况下的话，我们要特别重视数字经济的应用。我们这个部分的主题呢是与私营部门合作，以博物馆为代表的文化遗产呢，不管它坐落在世界的哪个角落，它都是全人类的文明产物。而要把这些文化的古迹长久的保存，同时要发扬光大，让更多人近距离的去接触它、欣赏到。我们需要投入 巨大的资源，包括人力、包括技术、资金。正因为如此呢，私营部门的参与将极大的促进这些资源的配置。当然，除了捐赠、捐款，让私营企业以市场化的方式参与，将是一个可持续的发展的方式。因为只有市场化，才能让私营部门和博物馆和艺术行业实现一个共赢。中国作为一个仍然在市场化经济改革的这样一个发展中的国家，或者说最大的一个人口国家，我们的整个文化产业，我们的博物馆是一个很庞大的产业。所以呢，我们要特别鼓励私营部门参与到博物馆的运营，然后从而推动整个博物馆行业、艺术行业走向世界，而以此来实现中国文化复兴。因为中国文化只有走向世界了，中国文化才能复兴。中国文化复兴的话，它是中国复兴的一个很重要的一个节奏。最后呢，我要再次感谢我们上面发言的5位嘉宾，然后呢，感谢高大伟先生，组织这样一个特别有意义的活动。然后我现在把话筒交给高大伟先生，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao, for this wonderful session. We have been together now for almost 4 hours. So clearly we have learned a lot. It was a very productive dialogue, to use the words of Mr. Fan. Also, one needs to walk the talk. So it's also a call for action. But before we close this second dialogue, I suggest that we have a closing ceremony. And I am very, very happy to have as a first speaker in this short closing ceremony, wonderful partner, force from the United States of America, Joanne McEntee. She's very supportive not only of this initiative on museums, but more generally supportive of the China, Europe, America Global Initiative as a board of trustees. And Mr. Fan is also a strong supporter of this initiative, Mr. Cha, and also Professor Godard, I know, and I use this opportunity to thank all of you. But once again, it's a great pleasure for me to give the floor to Joanne McEntee, who was the Undersecretary in the US Department of Commerce.
Today's conference is very personal to me. 18 years ago, I created a summer program for Chinese children of parents working in the Washington, D.C. Embassy who had never visited the U.S. previously and never interacted with American students. For 2 weeks every year, we took a different group of these Chinese children and American volunteer high school students as escorts throughout many of the iconic, historic, and cultural sites of our nation's capital museums. I still recall the wonder in the children's eyes looking up at Henry, the African bull elephant in the Natural History Museum, and peeking at the Hope Diamond or the authentic T-Rex in the Fossil Hall. These young people also learned about a country's cultural heritage by being exposed to artifacts such as those made by the Native Americans or the Eskimos in North America, and sculptures of Western cowboys. This program exposed children from totally different cultures to those of Western children, and as time progressed, many of the friendships struck up during this time have been maintained over the past years throughout both countries. Later, we sponsored a similar visit to China, where Western students were enthralled at the Han Dynasty jade burial suit from Beijing's National Museum, and learned about the practice honoring Chinese parents by viewing the tomb sweeping painting in the Palace Museum. These future leaders would never have learned about foreign cultures if such antiquities had been removed and traded illegally. Those who denigrate the idea of international cooperation and the need for countries to participate in globalization have never heard nor understood what has been accomplished by those who have addressed us in today's conference. In our first museum conference, I had mentioned a hope that perhaps the next meeting could be hosted in China, and though that isn't possible in person, I am so pleased and appreciative of the virtual hosting of this program orchestrated and supported in China. I would like to offer thanks to the experts whose perseverance in protecting the world's cultural heritage through international collaboration efforts have made such positive contributions. They have shown us how much can be accomplished when nations that possess many sectors, locations, backgrounds, and cultures nonetheless want to make sure that the future is a better place for future generations. It would be easy for some to say, let's focus only on how to promote and protect our own nation in showcasing our political agenda in our museums, or devising a means to prevent the illegal trade of solely our own artifacts, but that is not what is occurring. Working on these critical, non-controversial, and soft power issues of international concern provides examples of how nations can disagree on certain issues, but also recognize how interconnected we are on so many others by necessity. Such cooperation led by China, Europe, and the US, and supported by other critical partners, provides not only a means to communicate, but also provides a means to heal.
Thank you very much for this very precious intellectual contribution, and I would say full of wisdom. And wisdom is what we need most, of course. Joanne McEntee said that last year already she had hoped for us to meet offline in 2022 in China. Well, for reasons that you know all very well, it has been impossible, but as I told you already in the opening ceremony when we were having a conversation with Mr. Shan Xixiang, the former director of the Palace Museum, the goal is very clear. The goal is to have offline meeting next year in China, a living matrix of civilization. Thank you very much to Joanne McEntee, and also concerning the partnership between private sector and public sector, where also here we walk the talk. I have thanked already the bank Intesa San Paolo for the strong support, and I have introduced already ITSAI, the wealth management arm of Intesa San Paolo in China. And for me, it is now a great pleasure to invite Mr. Gianberto Girardo, who leads ITSAI, to address our dialogue. And Mr. Girardo is doing this from Qingda, another beautiful part of China in the Shandong province. Mr. Giraldo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, David, and thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful China-Europe-American cooperation initiatives. It has been really wonderful to listen to our honorable guest speeches. I've learned a lot, and I think I've learned also very good ideas in terms of cooperations between museums, and I really appreciate the spirit of today's event. I represent ITSAI, which is a subsidiary of Intesa San Paolo Group, the biggest Italian bank, and we have come to China to bring our wealth management knowledge to high net worth individuals. Wealth management is always connected with heart and is always connected with cooperation. So I hope that we can in the future cooperate more and be together in this adventure. Thank you very much, David, and overall, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Geraldo, to you, to your wonderful team in Qingdao, and also your colleagues back in Italy. Today, we mentioned quite a lot the role of the collectors, not only to protect our cultural heritage, but also to battle the traffickings that we have been mentioning. It is why it was a great pleasure and very, very significant to have one important Chinese collector with us, chairing the second session of our second dialogue. And I would like to give once again, Mr. Fan, the floor to you for you to conclude, I mean, from your angle, this second dialogue. Thank you very much to you, to your team, and to the co-founder, Miss Vivienne Jia. Mr. Fan, the floor is yours.
我们身处于一个巨大的镜像结构的世界中，文明传承于地上和地下两个不同的时间维度里，就连传承这个形态本身，在不同的民族中也形成了不同的文本。斯堪的纳维亚地区的原住民萨米人部落就流传着一个古老的传说，他们说，地下世界是人世的颠倒镜像。生者直立行走，而逝者颠倒于地下，二者的脚彼此接触。对待逝者，我们总是比生者温柔。地下世界帮助我们抚平伤痛，唯有如此，文明才能生生不息。在中国的三星堆和金沙遗址发掘出的许多玉章上，也能看到这种镜像的两相对立。山河、风云、巫师，颠倒置于水平的分割线两边，人们在相逆的时间轴上载歌载舞。地下世界埋藏了多少珍贵的人类回忆啊！这里有我们逝去的祖先，有珍宝和财富，有信息，有矿产，也有数不清的启示和洞见。而今天，我们的地下世界一直在承受破坏，有组织的盗墓、血文物的运输、交易和收藏，已经成为一个根深蒂固的产业链。这个罪恶产业甚至利用科技来不断扩大市场，在暗网和社交媒体上待价而沽。这些宝贵的人类回忆，就像被送进了屠宰场，正在被切割成血淋淋的小块，沦为洗钱机构和恐怖组织的资金来源。地上世界同样面对犯罪的侵蚀，博物馆盗窃、古籍、文化遗产被有计划的破坏和毁灭，正在成为一个反文明趋势，成为无国界问题。如何系统性的解决这个问题，是我们的共同使命。米开朗基罗说过，只有知道自己的失败，才能在痛苦中迎来清醒。为了让米开朗基罗还有无数的人类文明遗迹继续传承在博物馆和知识的体系中，我们需要通力合作，因为我们的坚守捍卫了所有人共同仰望的璀璨星空。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Fan, for this very powerful conclusion. And I think your words represent very much the spirit of the dialogue. Thank you once again, Mr. Fan, and I hope we meet in 2023, maybe in the wonderful city of Beijing. Now, I go to Professor Louis Godard, from Beijing to Rome. So we travel the new Silk Roads through the digital technology. This is very much beautiful. And Professor, before I give you the floor, I would like to tell you that I was very moved by what you said in the trailer you have prepared for this event when you spoke about beauty. And you said that beauty unites us. And I personally think that this is very, very true. And this is also a thought full of wisdom. And it was also very interesting to see that Mr. Raffaele Cosimo from Intesa San Paolo quoted Dostoevsky, saying that beauty will save the world. And I saw an echo between your words and the words of Dostoevsky in The Idiot. But also today, General Riccardi, he was the very first speaker of the first session, told us something very, very, very important. He told us that we should not, let's say, mix beauty and false beauty. So in a sense, what we are trying to do today together, it's a long, long, long march, but is to put beauty at the center of the stage and to ask false beauty to stay where it has to stay, certainly not at the center of the stage. So, Professor, the floor is yours for the real conclusion. And once again, thank you for the support from last year to now. And I hope that you will support us also for the years to come.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Gosset. Of course, it's a great honor for me to be together with you. I believe that we had the opportunity to discuss in the presence of very eminent personalities the role of museums, in particular within the framework of the China-Europe-America Museum Cooperation. I would like to mention for my brief conclusions 4 points. 1, the necessity to develop the battle against forgery and illegal traffic of antiquities and masterpieces. I remember what I learned from the Carabinieri after the traffic of arms and weapons, the traffic of drugs, the traffic of illegal antiquities and of forgery is one of the most important resources of the mafia, of all the mafia of the world. Second point, the importance of restitutions, not from the point of view, as was said before, from the number of restitution, but from the philosophy of the restitution. And I think that here, and again, this was underlined by many speakers, it's important, the role of diplomacy. The role of diplomacy to obtain the restitution and also to propose in front of the restitution objects from the storage of the rich museum in order to give loan and to obtain the restitution of the masterpiece. Third point, the museums appears as the meeting place between present and past and between peoples of the world. If a museum buys a masterpiece, this masterpiece becomes heritage of the world. Another point is the importance of private collections when they are managed with a spirit of openness and collaboration with scholars as an historian. And finally, if I had to give a definition of the museum, I would like to call into question an image. I would say that the museum must be the cathedral where the cult of beauty is celebrated. Thank you very much.
Well, Professor, what can I say now? What can I say? But thank you again to end with the notion of beauty. Thank you, Professor, and your 4 points that also I will keep in mind. All the work we need to do to raise the awareness about the traffickings in art issue. This is, to me, very, very important. It was a recurring theme and problem of this second dialogue. The notion of restitution, not from a quantitative perspective, but from a qualitative perspective. And the example of Benin was so clear. What matters is the philosophy. And this is also something one needs to keep in mind. It seems to me your understanding of museums as meeting places between cultures, but also between the past and the present, and to a certain extent also the future, because we have seen again the role of technology today. It was amazing to listen to Mr. Cosimo talking about what the NFT can bring, but also as a problem, as a new set of problems that we will have to study and to deal with. And last but not least, Professor, I think this is very important, the importance of private collectors. And we were with some outstanding private collectors today. So here also, I think we walk the talk. Dear Professor, dear friends, to those who are listening to us, it is now time to not only conclude, but end this second dialogue. You know my wish that we continue, that we go to a third dialogue of the China-Europe-America Museums Cooperation Initiative, but then we will move it offline, because I think this is very important to meet in person. But before we separate, if I may say, I would like to thank our two wonderful interpreters. I know that you can hear the quality of their interpretation, and it is so difficult to translate. Miss Bao Yiluen, thank you very much for your strong support before today, and also I hope for the next events. And many thanks also to Miss Lu Wei. You know, because we have been preparing together this event for several months. You know that it would have been impossible without a wonderful team based in China, made mainly of Miss Chen Xi. I would like to thank Miss Chen Xi, Miss Xu Zhongzhong, wonderful person looking at design. You will see a campaign on the social media, both in China and outside of China, and we owe this campaign to a wonderful personality whose name is Miss Chen Yakwen. I would like to thank you, Miss Chen. And you have seen that when we work like this online, it's also a mix of what we are doing now. We talk to each other, but we have videos to edit. And I would like to thank Miss Chen Dan for what she has been doing to edit the videos today. We had 31 speakers from 10 nationalities. I can say it is a success, but we owe this success to the friends in Europe, in the US, and all of those in China, of course. I would like also to mention Miss Lilu, who has been a wonderful liaison, and it's a great honor to work with such bright personalities. Last but not least, someone that you didn't see today, but she's conducting all this work with another person whose name is Miss Ding in Beijing from the Academy of Contemporary China and World Studies. The two of them, Miss Ding and Miss Lin Ke-ya, have been absolutely key for the success of this event. So I wanted to express my gratitude to Miss Lin Ke-ya. To all of you, thank you very much for your support, for your trust. Let us put aside false beauty and to go on to protect and to, let's say, even increase the cult for real beauty. Thank you very much. Grazie mille. 谢谢大家.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye.